All right. Good evening, Athens. It is the 20th of October, 2020, and we are gathered as the commission and mayor with key staff tonight for three purposes: for a special called session, for our regular agenda setting session, and for an executive session that will follow. I do need to go ahead and ask Assistant Clerk Howard to call roll for me at this point.
Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Link.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Denson.
Here.
Edwards.
Here.
Harrod.
Present.
Thornton.
Here.
Hamby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right. Given that we are here at a special called session to consider the Firefly Trail project, to ratify the local emergency order, and to enter into executive session for discussion of real estate acquisition and or disposal, as well as litigation, we need a motion for suspension of rules.
Planning school, frankly, like we just hired somebody who has an undergrad in planning and a master's in planning. And
I think we've got Bruce Lonnie who's floating around out there, not on mute. Let's see. I'm going to mutify somebody there if I can. All right. So once again, do I hear a motion for suspension of rules?
So moved.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport and a second from Commissioner Parker for suspension of rules. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So first item of business is in regards to the TSPLOST 2018 project Firefly Trail subproject number 4, which is the bridge over Trail Creek. And we, of course, have in a previous action approved plans for this. And we have received bids. Manager Williams, just for the benefit of the public, could you update us as to the bids we received and the action that's in front of us tonight?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So this is the bridge over Trail Creek where the murmur trestle is located. As y'all know, this has a long history. And last year we finally came to, you voted on a design to move forward, and those plans were finalized and put out to bid. We had 2 bids. The latest engineer's estimate for the project was $3.9 million. And the low bid from a known contractor who's done work for us before is at $5.7 million. So a number of reasons why that could be, and we need some time to really dig in. And so there's really 2 alternatives here, options. And one is to go ahead and designate Astor Group LLC as the lowest responsive bidder and allow staff to work with them under Georgia Public Works construction law. We can try and negotiate and work on the scope of the project and bring that price down. And then we would come back to you for the final construction contract award, probably at your December meeting. Or you could just reject the bids and we could start over again. We don't harbor any illusion that we can get back to the $3.9 million engineer's estimate. But perhaps there's a way we can preserve the iconic design, which everyone seems to have gravitated towards, with some cost-saving measures, and staff would bring that back to the Mayor and Commission for your consideration on how to move forward. So you're being asked to designate the Astor Group as the lowest responsive bidder and authorize staff to negotiate the scope of work.
All right. Thanks for that. I appreciate it, Blaine. And I know I've got a couple of commissioners interested in following up. First, Commissioner Harrod, then Commissioner Link.
Thank you. So I have, I guess I have a comment and a couple of questions. So the comment is, to the extent possible, I would really like to keep the design that we have. I think it's a really beautiful design. It has taken us a lot of time to get here, and we start pulling it apart, then I just don't think that's the best solution for addressing the issue. But the question I had, So, first of all, it says that under Georgia Public Works law, we can negotiate for a better bid from the lowest bidder. And my question is probably for the attorney. Can we not go back to both bidders and negotiate? Perhaps the person or the company that's the highest bidder right now may know, knowing that they've lost out on this go round, may come back with a much more acceptable bid the second time around. And then the second question is really for the manager. So in the report, it says that part of the reason for the increase in the price is that as a result of COVID, there wasn't as much lumber being cut early in the year, and that created a bottleneck in the supply chain. But somewhere probably in the next 3 to 6 months, that would be, we would be through that bottleneck. And does that give us any way to kind of maneuver on this? So I guess those are my two questions, one for the manager, one for the attorney.
Well, with respect to the first question about, as my understanding, you were asking, can we go back to the second bidder and seek to renegotiate as well as the first bidder? Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes.
I'm not aware of being able to go back to the second bidder and do that. I can take a closer look at that. I know I have experience with asking the first bidder and having some alternatives and things to look at, but I'm not aware of the second bidder because then you have them bidding against yourselves. I think it undermines the purpose of the law with respect to public procurement, but I can check on that for you, Commissioner. But my first thought is you can't do that. I'd like a chance to follow up on that.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll defer to the attorney, certainly. I think that the only way you could engage the second bidder was to exhaust all negotiations with the first.
I think that's probably right.
But we can. Attorney Drake said he'd look into it, and that we should depend on that answer.
And then the question about lumber prices.
Yes. So what we have is a bid, and there's uncertainty in the market. So a contractor is going to give you, they're going to want to cover their risk on a bid that we're going to hold them to. So I don't know. The 3 to 6 months is just a projection of when we could expect, maybe some relief. That was a industry expert, quote unquote. I don't know if it changes the situation where we are now if we're going to hold them to those prices. They're going to have to deal with what they know because we're asking them to sign on the line with their bid. That's a good answer.
I guess my question is, if we were to negotiate a contract and then suddenly wood prices were to drop after the contract has been signed, is there some way of including some kind of clawback provision within the contract if the price of the materials drops significantly?
I don't believe so. It's a hard bid situation. So they're giving us a price for the work. In some cases, if you have a unit price contract, if you ended up using less than you originally planned, then that would be a deductive change order. But in this case, we could potentially negotiate that into the deal if they would be willing to do that.
Yeah, Blaine, couldn't we negotiate where we just pay a fixed percentage above their supply cost for lumber? I know, that, they would get a percentage as part of being the contractor for the job, but yeah, I agree with Commissioner Harrod. Lumber prices are historically high right now. So,
well, when you walk, I agree with you, Commissioner Edwards. I think that a contractor would probably look for, because escalation can go up, it can go down. They usually, I think, hedge their risk with, trying to anticipate when it comes time to order those things. Some of them have long lead times, so they, we can certainly ask those questions. They may want some consideration the other way as well.
And did we cover everything that you were thinking about in the initial round?
Yeah, I mean, I would be interested in, this last part in terms of what we could do with the contract. I mean, I know when we had some work done at our house, we had a arrangement with the contractor where basically they got I don't know, it was 20%, but they got the price of the materials plus a percentage of that, and that was part of their profit. So if there's a way of doing that, then it doesn't guarantee us a final price, but it does guarantee us that we don't negotiate a really high price and then suddenly the price of lumber drops and they make super profits over on the deal. So if our finance people could maybe get creative, that would be helpful, I think.
All right. Melissa.
Yeah, I had some concerns about, sacrificing the design, to cut corners and save on the cost. Because that design was gotten to through a very long and intense community input process. So we need to stick to that design, pretty much to the T. We even had some negotiations behind the rail about it. I'm curious to know if that high lumber price has as much to do with short supply due to the pandemic and the shortness of labor as it does to wildfire and a scarcity of materials, and if it's actually going to be a long-term high price. So that might be something to look into. So yeah, I just want to make sure that there's no sacrifice of design. And I know there was some back and forth about the width of the structure. And I wonder if there isn't room to negotiate there, and if we have to save money, maybe we could save it a little bit. We went for the maximum width, so maybe if you narrow it by just a foot or so, we could save some of that money rather than sacrificing the actual design.
Other thoughts or questions? All right, so the option presented to the Mayor Commission is to approve a designation of Astra Group as the apparent lowest bidder, to authorize staff to evaluate cost-saving measures and budget considerations for this project, and to authorize myself and appropriate staff to execute related documents.
I'll make that as a motion.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Harrod and a second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, Blaine, go forth and do well. It's an important project to the community, and certainly one that we want to see fulfilled, I think, in all the style that was designated in the design. All right, moving on to special called session item number 2, which is ratification of local emergency order. There was a pilot project on Lower Washington Street last weekend, and as per our emergency management ordinance, the manager can implement some activities that later require commission ratification. Does any commissioner have questions or like to provide any input on the pilot project? I'll note that I went and had a frosty beverage at one of the establishments who was taking advantage of this, and at least from my vantage point, it was a successful project. Melissa?
Yeah, I just want to thank the manager for moving that project forward. I've gotten lots of positive feedback. I'm super excited about it. I wish we could have, done it much sooner. I've been advocating for this kind of thing since pretty much May. So I hope in these last few weeks of pleasant weather, we can, we can make this a regular thing and get people outside as much as possible. Folks are going to want to socialize, and it's best we provide those opportunities for them as safely as possible. And we provide those opportunities for these local businesses to keep up their business.
Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance. I'd like to read the ordinance heading.
Thank you, Judd. Go right ahead.
It's an ordinance to ratify a local emergency order issued by the manager on October 15, 2020, related to the suspension of provisions of the alcoholic beverage ordinance relating to outdoor retail sales and for other purposes. And I noted the heading wasn't included on the ordinance, so if we could, when the commission approves it, if they could approve it with the heading as I read it, to be included therewith.
Thanks, Judd. Any further thoughts on the substance? Tim?
Thanks, Mayor. And to the manager, I mean, what are we looking at moving forward here for rest of the fall with that pilot project being what I also deem as very successful? I went down there. I thought it looked safe. It looked good. People were spaced out. So what is the plan moving forward with this? With us able to further implement this on the weekends?
Well, so there's always been that interest in the parklet program, and that came out, and we had restaurants but not bars, and there were questions about why not the bars. And then, Mayor Gertz had talked about the need to try to winnow out, crowded interior spaces and create those exterior spaces. And I think some of the concerns have been voiced. At what point do we become more of helping those that are already there be safer to creating an event that people come down and then we have more people? And that's really the balance here. The way that the pilot was written was more, if there's special events going on, whether it's game days, and this past weekend it was graduation, that we allow this to open. And, we didn't want it to get away from us, and so we piloted this. So to answer your question, Commissioner Denson, we're looking at special event weekends at this point. We think that in the case of the Washington Street block, some property owners were interested and some weren't. And so we feel like we should go and survey some of the other blocks and find out the relative interest, and then maybe target those where we have, because we thought about Hall Street and the folks weren't interested at the time. And so Andrew and I spoke about today trying to identify where interest is and then going to those areas next.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess and I definitely understand that balance. That's what we want to have. I know there's been talk about coupling a program like this with some requirements to opt in, giving up some indoor capacity, so that we would be balancing that supporting while also making it a safer situation, getting people outdoors. So I would just say that is what I am interested in, because I have driven downtown when we have not had this program happening. And there's a lot of people down there, so they happen to be indoors. So I don't, I just want to get these people out there. So if we can work out some kind of requirements to lower the capacity indoors while also offering this program, and especially as doing it while the weather is still suitable. If we wait too long, the weather's not going to be suitable. We're probably looking at the next, month and a half here where the weather's really going to be possible to do this. I would be supportive of us moving forward with that.
Melissa?
Yeah, I'm curious to know how many people who were associated with graduation actually took advantage of this space. From what I understand, it was primarily locals and, the regulars of these establishments who have not been going out because they didn't feel safe. But now that they have this space, they can start patronizing their favorite watering holes again. And I did have a conversation with one bar owner who owns 2 properties on Hull Street, who was one of the people who was not interested because it was only presented during game days, and they are not interested in luring that crowd to their establishments. They're specifically only interested in serving the local crowds, their regular customers, the folks who want to remain safe, who aren't going out to bars because they know it's not safe. But if they're given the option to have this outdoor space, they might go back and hang out with their friends in a safe, outdoor, socially distanced manner. So I think this whole idea of just focusing on special events is, I think it's kind of distracting. We want to provide safe socializing opportunities for the people who actually live and work here, and for our locally owned businesses who cater to those people who actually live and work here.
Thanks, Melissa. Andy?
Thanks. I had a quick question, and somebody might have mentioned it, and I just didn't pick up on it, but I'm looking at the map on page 15 of the PDF on the Lower Washington pilot. And so it's got lots of different colors. Blue is the outdoor retail areas. And then there's orange for road closure barriers. And so I see that there's a road closure barrier basically all the way down Lower Washington Street. And so there are 8 establishments all numbered there. So just hypothetically, what would happen if establishment, let's say 1, 2, 4, 6, and 8 wanted to be part of this and the others did not, but we have a barrier all the way down the road? What happens to those spaces in front of those particular establishments? Do they somehow also get blocked off so that they are not used, or how does that work? Maybe I'm just being dim, but
they would not be blocked off. One thing we talked about too, in trying to do this in a very neighborly fashion, if somebody who didn't want to do it wanted to cede some of their area to their neighbor, they could do that. Part of this, Commissioner Harrod, is working with the attorney's office. These need to be connected to the establishment, and so there's a need for, the barrier to go there. And so I would imagine we would put the road barriers in front of the ones that were participating and not for others. The important thing is to leave access for those businesses that, whether they're in or out.
So it'd really be more of a kind of a zigzag down the street rather than a straight line of barrier separating the entire row of shop fronts from the street. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding, but I'll check with staff. And I do want to say too, I want to recognize our Central Services Director, Andrew Saunders, and his staff for helping to develop this policy and work very closely with the establishments downtown to make that a success.
Mayor, you mind if I say something?
Go ahead, Mike, and then Russell.
Okay. I'll just remind everybody that last time I checked, the Rose Garden is outside. And the last time I checked, the Rose Garden was some sort of super spreader event that caused a little problem for our country and for some people in charge of our country. They weren't acting smart about it all. So I hope we don't make the same mistake with these parklets. And I hate to be the contrarian in all of this, but I don't know, I'm getting a little weary of talking about how we can help people get a drink when we probably should be talking about how we can help people get internet or some other things that can help them through this COVID. So that's all. Thank you.
Hang on, internet's coming up tonight, listeners.
Well,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. If let me clarify for Commissioner Harrod. So, for instance, this weekend, not all of those spaces were used. Access is not cut off for any businesses that aren't participating, but parking would be. So, I characterize it as a zigzag. It would, we would actually block the parking all the way, but there would be opportunity for pedestrians to access the businesses that they wanted to. Sorry, Commissioner Edwards.
How did the enforcement on the seating requirement go?
Well, interestingly enough, it wasn't, for any of you who went down there, it wasn't overwhelming. People pretty much did what they were supposed to do. The police, we don't have the capacity for them to hang out there and make people do it. It's really, and this is part of the expectation from each establishment, that their staff self-enforce. And then, periodically our staff would come by and take a look at how things are going. And the risk there is if an establishment doesn't take care of their space, then they wouldn't be allowed to have it the next time.
Well, I mean, the reason I ask is that it seems to me it'd be easier to enforce because you could see, okay, you're standing, you need to sit down. It's kind of this is the rule, you've got to sit, instead of us sending the officers into the bars to count heads and do the math and et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I was curious about how the enforcement went on the seating.
You're right. It's much more almost instantaneous to see how that's going. And to Commissioner Denson's point earlier, there is a trade-off of spaces outside for inside as part of the policy.
Was it 1 for 1?
I think it's 1 for 2. And remember, this is a pilot, so we can revisit that, much in the same manner. They can decrease the allowable indoor seating by 1 seat or person for every 2 seats established within the outside.
Any other questions or thoughts about future of this? Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, I was just jump in there again and going back to what Commissioner Link brought up. Just looking at other cities and Commissioner Hamby makes great points that about prioritizing. But I think what we're also talking about here is not just letting people get a drink, but ensuring that some of the most iconic businesses, venues, and some of those are bars, just stay open. Just can actually make it through this process. And I do worry. You look at a place like Austin, Texas, that's seen also another famous live music college town that's seen a vast number of venues and establishments close down. And I mean, we're not being honest with ourselves if we don't admit that, especially the music scene and that kind of thing is definitely a part of Athens, Georgia's identity, for better or worse. I would say for better. And right now, looking at the winter coming on, where we definitely don't want people crowding into bars and stuff while it's getting cold out, I would think that these next 6 to 8 weeks could be basically the last time that we could see these businesses safely able to make some money going into the winter, when it's going to just get worse and worse for them to be able to operate. And then definitely in a way that is not safe. I mean, we cannot have people, crowding into these bars, and who knows what the governor is going to do with possibly, getting rid of some of those capacity limitations. So I definitely support us just trying to find a way, maybe for these next, for every weekend, whether it's an event or not, to put this program in place. I was impressed. I was impressed by the business owners, the employees, which, let's not forget, like, those people live in our districts. They are our friends. I want those people to be able to make money to feed their families. Sure, it's like us going down to get a bar. That's also their livelihood. And it's the livelihood, actually, it's the majority livelihood in Athens, Georgia. Service industry is the biggest industry we have in Athens, Georgia. So I think we have to look at it in that bigger way, and just find a way to do it safely. And I don't think that we're going to have that same option come winter. So I'd like to see us do it now. And I would like to see us roll out this, I thought was a very successful program, to be able to be put in place every Friday and Saturday, at least moving forward to, say, the end of November.
Dr. Fauci is shaking his head.
Melissa.
I'll second that. If that's an amendment, I will second that. I think that, at least for this Washington Street project, I'd like to see it at least move forward every weekend, at least through the renewal of our next emergency order. Let's see how it goes these next few weeks, and maybe we can renew it again.
Anyone else? I'll say I'm similarly inclined to want to see this happen while the weather continues to allow. Just looking at the University of Georgia football schedule, the next game isn't until November 21st, and then the one following is December 5th. So, if we wait until then, I think we lose, precious opportunity for people to successfully run their business and, again, make some money, make some tips. And many of us work for tips for many a year and know how important that is, just to tying our lives together and the lives of people's families. So, Allison.
Thank you. So I'd like to have some clarification on the vote. Are we talking about moving it away from event-oriented?
So just to be clear about the vote, and I think Judd might be able to kind of highlight this as well, but this vote really tonight is endorsing an action that's already happened, given the nature of our emergency management. But given our comments, I think the kind of follow-up could be for the manager to provide to this body sooner rather than later. Today's Tuesday. An opportunity for expanding this pilot through further warmish weather weeks. Judd, is there anything else you would note about that?
You're correct, Mr. Mayor. This is just ratifying the action taken by the manager setting up this program for this specific area. And if the manager, he would have the authority to expand it, and then you could ratify it at the next meeting, which it's going to come back up. It'll be up for ratification at your next regular meeting, and or we could just expand it and ratify it. The commission could do that, expand it at the next regular meeting. That makes sense.
Okay, so it was done for graduation weekend, and that's what we're ratifying. And then, so the idea of making it Friday, Saturday is not what's on the agenda right now. We would be able to give some more input on that, because I think there might be some equity issues on picking and choosing which venues are able to have this opportunity. So if we're going to broaden it to weekends, then I think we also need to broaden the locations. That's just my input on that, but I'm good to go with what we're voting on tonight.
Well, if I may, I think this does would allow for this weekend, for example, this pilot program, to continue for those establishments that were on this designated street. Unless I'm misreading it, Blaine. Michael worked with this more closely than I did, but aren't I correct about that?
Well, the actual what's being ratified tonight was explicitly for the 16th and 18th.
Okay, all right.
And part of that was due to the fact that when Andrew met with the establishments, that's what he told them.
Okay, I'm sorry then.
No, it's fine. I appreciate you, but certainly, and we've heard two different views espoused tonight. What our plan would be, as myself and staff, would be to scale this thing a block or two at a time. Come back to you with an amended policy to move it forward, and certainly it's helpful to know what the consensus of the commission is. How we, I've heard from a few of you. We will continue to move this forward, but if you are interested in seeing this happen, it's helpful to know that, or not happen.
I do want to circle around to folks who I've not heard from on this. So Patrick, Mariah, Ovita. Any thoughts about implementation of further weekend closures?
Sure. I'll say a few words. I mean, I agree, having worked in the service industry for most of my life myself, having a lot of friends in those industries, and having, as all of us have, corresponded with a lot of business owners who are feeling a lot of strain right now. I would agree that in the weeks ahead, while the weather remains suitable, being aggressive and trying to expand this program as much as possible with folks that are interested, since come December, January, the window will have closed for them to be making as much profit as they can, given the hesitance many still have about congregating indoors with folks they don't live with, etc. So that's how I feel.
Thanks, Mariah. Patrick?
I echo Mariah, Commissioner Parker, excuse me.
Okay. Ovita, any thoughts?
I thought I knew when I got on the call about this, but after hearing another side of the story, I do think that it would be in our best interest to let the downtown owners make as much money as they can. And I don't think that I would have come to this decision without hearing the other side of the story and the benefit it is for the workers and the establishments downtown. So I'm good too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? All right, so we do need a motion to ratify this action that was taken by the manager as read earlier by the attorney.
So moved.
Motion. Motion
moved.
from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Edwards. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Also need a motion at this point to enter into an executive session for the purposes of discussion of real estate and litigation at
So
the
moved.
conclusion of the agenda setting meeting.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the first?
So moved.
Is that Russell?
Oh, is that
Commissioner
Russell?
Edwards.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Edwards had the motion. Commissioner Denson had the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And then I need a motion to adjourn following the conclusion of the executive session.
So moved. On the adjourn.
All right. Motion from Commissioner Wright. Second.
Come
Second.
on.
Second
We need a
from
second.
Commissioner Denson. All right. Motion from Commissioner Wright. Second from Commissioner Denson to adjourn upon conclusion of the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We shall be released some point in the evening. All right. We are moving on to the agenda setting session. And as is always the case, we have a consent agenda that are recommended by myself, Mayor Pro Tem, manager, assistant managers, attorney, auditor, and clerk for placement here. Those are items 1 through 10. Would any commissioner like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Commissioner Harrod.
I would just like to remove number 1 for a quick comment.
Okay. All right. Any others? All right. We will dive right in then. All right. So we'll begin conversation with item number 1. Go ahead, Andy.
I'd just like to say that if you get to live long enough, you finally get to see everything. So I'm just really pleased that this is happening. I've been talking about this for a long time. And so I appreciate that it's going to get done before I leave the commission. So I'm happy to put it back on.
Thanks, Commissioner Harrod. And for folks who don't have this in front of you who are watching this meeting, we have now a unified fee schedule that will be in front of the public and adopted by this body every year. It historically has been the case that we would have a somewhat ad hoc and separate set of fees for every department that charged fees. And I think, as Andy wisely and frequently noted throughout the years, sometimes we would find ourselves having not addressed fees for many, many, many years, and then suddenly have to see some significant rise. And so the fact that this comes explicitly in front of staff and in front of the commission and myself every year now has more eyes on the document more frequently, and again, has these fees in one place. So thanks, Andy, for your advocacy for this over the years. Anything else on 1 before we throw that back on consent? All right, back on consent, Ms. Howard. All right, we're going to move on now to old business. There's an LRC report, and I think Commissioner Wright noted that this was going to be requested to be removed from the agenda for the voting meeting. So, Allison, do you want to say a few words about this?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that within this broader topic that you assigned to the committee, we still are working on the ordinance and studying that. But this particular part of the topic involved the Office of Inclusion and hiring and moving that forward faster. And we voted unanimously at the October 15th LRC meeting to withdraw this topic. So that it can just move on in the timeline that is already set up from our budget delay that we approved.
Great, thank you.
So this will get pulled off, right?
That's right, yes. So we won't see this on the voting meeting agenda, and the new position in the inclusion office that was previously approved by the mayor and commission, we'll just see higher at its natural course.
Yeah, and I just didn't want anybody to be confused and think that we're no longer working on the actual ordinance and that part of that topic. So that's still underway.
All right, thanks, Allison. All right, anything else on that before we move on to new business? All right, we're going to move on to item number 11, and this is land use planning for Carr Creek Tracts. So the Unified Government through the Public Utilities Department acquired a tract roughly for the public on the corner of Carriage Lane and Barnett Shoals Road, so about a mile up from the from the intersection of Highway 78, and staff has designated some prospective uses for these tracts. So any member of the commission like to weigh in on this? Allison?
I will. It's in my district, and I'll be happy for this to go on consent depending on feedback from the rest of the commission. And on the variety of uses for this tract, I think that there was some recommendations that were different from green space for the part that is on Barnett Shoals, and I wanted to say that there is a tract between this and Lexington Road that is being developed on that side of the road. So I think that some opportunities, a variety of opportunities are actually happening there, and that might lead us into the options that we talked about for that track. But I'm thrilled with the green space and us getting that greenway trail going through there.
Great. Thanks, Allison. Anyone else? Everybody okay with this on consent?
Yeah.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to move number 12 to consent. I'm going to make a note here on my sheet. All right, moving on to item 13, sewer flow meters and data collection system installation for public utilities. So, talking poop. Any interest in discussion of the poop? Can we put this one on consent as well?
Yes.
All right. 13 goes to consent. All right. Item number 14. This is TSPLOST 2018 projects 11 and 12. These are the bike and pedestrian improvement programs on Jefferson River Road. Tim, you want to kick off conversation to this since it's in your district?
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Actually, this is when it's going to be bordering myself and Commissioner Link, so Commissioner Link might have some input here too. But definitely very excited about to see this move forward, that it's going to be able to connect. We're also going to be seeing sidewalk come in on Vincent Drive, along with future connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists on Old Jefferson Road. So this is a big project in a lot of ways. Also, I think something that hasn't been talked about that I know I've heard a lot from residents in this area is this is also going to increase some of the pedestrian safety infrastructure along the railroad tracks and crossing Jefferson Road, putting in crosswalks there, and just a safe crossing in general, which has been a very dangerous intersection for many years. So I think this is a strong step in that direction. And yeah, I mean, so I would support us. There was one question I had, which I guess to the manager's office. Do we have any? I know we've been taking public input on this. Do we have when the public input's going to be made available to the public?
I don't, Commissioner, but I can follow up with you very quickly after the meeting.
Okay. That's fine. Just like I know that there's been a lot of people excited about this, and I think there's been some people reaching out through the public input portal. But I would be interested in also just moving this to the consent agenda if everybody's okay with it.
Melissa, as Tim mentioned, this sort of ties your districts together. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just excited about this. You know, this is a really densely populated area, and you know, there's a Family Dollar, I think, up on the corner that folks have been walking to. So I think that it's high time we got some really good pedestrian infrastructure, and hopefully some cyclists will use it too. And hopefully the crossings will help calm traffic. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm great with it going on consent.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Commissioner Denson, staff let me know that, of course, the public input period is through the end of this week, and so by Monday we should have something to share with you.
And I think we've covered this in public before, but I mean, and Melissa mentioned the sort of residential density here, but really what we're beginning to create is this fantastic multimodal loop in this part of town that, you know, I think is a concept that we want to see in other places on Lexington Road, North Athens, 5 Points, you name it. But here we've got a project on Jefferson River Road. We've got a forthcoming project on Vincent Drive. We'll have multimodal access on Newton Bridge Road up to the Holland Youth Sports Complex all the way into town. And then you've got the old Jefferson Road that effectively serves as a multi-use trail right now for a lot of users. And so really we're really creating this fantastic connectivity in a comprehensive way in this part of town. So I'm really excited about this as a piece of that broader connectivity too. So everybody okay with 14 moving to consent?
Yeah, we could have a better connectivity too, Kelly, as we look to the future with Atlanta Highway and Timothy Road, or Mitchell Bridge Road and Timothy Road.
That's right. It's sort of another big loop.
There. Yeah. Just going to get my plug in there for that one. Thank you.
Do it. I saw your constituent, Mr. Jones, on the street the other day, and it's all the synergy in the world.
Yeah.
All right. So 14 also moves to consent. All right, moving on to item 15, which is addition of 2 Athens Community Corps vehicles, a truck and a trailer to the ACC Fleet Replacement Program. For members of the public, generally speaking, when we buy a vehicle that we know we are going to want to have as part of our inventory for the long term, what we do is we begin to set aside small portions of the value of that vehicle every year so that when we need to replace that vehicle, we're not having to find the cash because we've saved up for it. So this would just add these 2 vehicles to the ACC Fleet Replacement Program that exists across divisions and departments.
Consent.
All right, everybody feeling consent tonight?
Yes.
Kabam.
Kaboom.
Jeez, I love you guys. This is a good room tonight. Everybody's working. All right. Item 16 is acceptance of the Epps Bridge Road Corridor Study. Commissioner Hamby, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to you for initial comment, given that you helped precipitate this, and this is primarily in your district.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor. And I certainly would like to give some appreciation to Professor Crowley, Jack Crowley, and Alice Hilton. Some of y'all may remember Alice helped put this together. I think she's in Kentucky now or somewhere out there, but she did a good job. I think what you'll see in this corridor study is some good citizen input from it, and from that citizen input, we have seen where there's been some zoning issues come up where it's kind of seemed like it's really spot zoning issues. But I think this looks at the area as a collective and how you can take some projects and put them together, and also make sure that there's some good transition between commercial areas and housing areas. And y'all know this. I mean, and you have in your neighborhoods, it's the same way. I mean, people are protective of their homes, and rightfully so. It's their investment, and they want to make sure that that's protected. And I think it's our duty to help make sure how we develop as a community that those are done, that they're protected, they're not gentrified, they're viable opportunities for people. So this Epps Bridge study looks at that and takes in consideration the history, the zoning, and like I said, the transition between businesses and housing. So I know that this is going to go to the Planning Commission for them to look at, and it'll come back to us at some point in time, I'm sure. So I'm going to go ahead and see if we can put this on consent agenda and move on. I will say one more thing, that the Epps Bridge study does talk about connectivity quite a bit. So another plug for sidewalks along Timothy and Mitchell Bridge Road that really could build a whole loop around the whole county. So the whole county is focused. The whole loop and the whole connectivity is focused on the Epps Bridge area. And if y'all would just go along with me on making sure that this connectivity happens, we could connect this whole county in a large way. So at any rate, that's my 2 cents worth. And if y'all want to put on consent, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
So, some of you ancient music history folks might remember the great Stereo MC's hit from, this was probably 1992 or 3, Connected. All right, that's your homework for tonight. Look that up. That's Mike's soundtrack, Stereo MC's Connected, early 90s. All right, we'll go Melissa, then Mariah.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really look at this in depth, but it looks really exciting, and I hope that we can get some more of these corridor studies. We've done Prince Avenue, we've done Lexington Highway, we've done Epps Bridge. I'm hoping we can take a look at Hawthorne as well as North Avenue. Those are areas that come up quite a bit, and I've recently discovered some weird zoning inconsistencies on Hawthorne. So yeah, I hope we can talk very soon about what's next.
One of the notes I'll make, Commissioner, is I think we're sort of coming to that point where we're going to have to create a priority matrix for some of the things in front of the planning department, and so I think some further discussion about sort of where we ask staff to give their energy, would lead us to make exactly those kind of decisions. So, good note, Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think on that same vein of what's next, I just wanted to make people aware briefly that I think that this precedent could be an excellent model by which we explore other areas of Athens that are in need of some examination, some study. I know we've done a lot of studies before of areas like East Athens, and so sort of synthesizing some of that previous work in deciding, what unfulfilled promises are there yet in areas such as that we can, make good on, and utilizing a model of, partnering with the University College of Environment and Design, if necessary, given that the Planning Commission does have a lot on their plate. But that potential is one that we've been talking about extensively in East Athens recently, and so I wanted to kind of give everyone the heads up that something that's cooking that you might be seeing coming to you in the next couple of months.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion, Blaine?
If the commissioners are finished, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor, and some of the commissioners that have a longer tenure, Commissioners Wright, Harrod, and Hamby might remember that we actually had once a year a work session and a planning work plan that was approved. And certainly, Commissioner Parker's right. That's one thing on the horizon we're aware of. We've got the 2 historic districts and inclusionary zoning that's going to be talked about just even tonight. And, who knows what to make of this economy, but with the lower interest rate environment, it has been busy for our planning department and our building inspection department as well. So all that being said, I wanted to make a distinction because, and Commissioner Wright would remember this, the Oconee corridor study and the Prince corridor study, they were approved by the commission, but then, there really wasn't a mechanism in their approval to move it forward. And I think, Commissioner Link as well, sorry. You were here when we were doing those types of planning approvals. And with Commissioner Link, you'll remember that I think the planning staff had floated some zoning changes that got mired down in discussion and never really got out of there. And so the Atlanta Highway, Lexington Road corridors, that got swept up in a bigger effort. But when these come through, we need to be able to have y'all tell us that you want us to move ahead and bring forth some recommendations to do that. But as the mayor said, it's got to be prioritized with a bunch of other projects as well. So we'll think of a way to get in front of you. Maybe it's at the retreat. Maybe it's in a work session in the new year where you help to tell us which ones you want us working on. Right now, with the projected workload we have, we would start work on this in the summer of next year.
Thanks for that, Blaine. All right, there's a proposition to move this to consent. Everybody good with that? All right, we are winning tonight.
Oh,
Kelly, can I had a quick question. I think Commissioner Wright had her hand up also. Mine was when I looked over this and going to Commissioner Hamby's comments about pedestrian cyclist activity. I see that one of the recommendations on here is to utilize some of the power line easements going through there. And I think that's something that all of us have throughout our districts. Obvious kind of space I don't think is fully utilized to its full potential. And I know at times we've used those spaces, but it seems like not that often. Do we have a specific policy on that, say with leisure services or something like that, to be able to utilize those easements?
So those are obviously owned by the power company, and it would require us to go into partnership with them. But you're absolutely right, Commissioner Denson. And just looking, I think that new amphitheater, there was talk about trying to connect the greenway to that, and that was a natural, cleared, protected corridor. We don't have a policy on the books, but it would require an agreement by the power company to allow us to use that property.
I would love for us to explore that and see what other communities have done, even for less official, like say paved trails. But even if, like in the meantime, while we're waiting to possibly build a more paved trail, just having them be connectivity pedestrian trails that are unpaved, even, but just that we have worked out access for people to be able to use that, or maybe even establish some kind of pedestrian access. Sometimes I'll think about areas. If you're walking, you look down those corridors, you're like, man, this would be a lot faster if I could just safely cut right under through those paths. And I know there's a lot of people who require walking as their main form of transportation. That would be true. So I would love for us to be able to explore what other communities have done and come up with a policy that can just better utilize that space, whether that's formal trails or informal.
Just word to the wise, because I also like the exploration provided by these. If anybody is between Newton Bridge Road and the Country Club and feels the urge to use that power line easement, just know there's some big dogs that live down there. And so just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. But I would be very glad to engage with Georgia Power, since so many of these are really their properties. Commissioner Denson, I think it's a good idea. We have so many of these throughout the community. I know historically some power companies have been reluctant to see private users adjacent to their facilities, but I think there's a way to do that safely and effectively, and we need to do that. So I will raise the question with them. Commissioner Parker, you want to follow up? No, good. All right.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Anyone else? Allison?
Yeah, I don't want to take up more time because I do think this is good for consent, and I do want to. It's been a continuous frustration for me, especially because Oconee in my district is almost outdated now because of its lack of into decision making, and I think Prince Avenues is also that. But I do want us to, since we all are having corridor things happening, accepting these reports, I think is a playbook for us to actively use when things are coming forward. And so I welcome us having a retreat that discusses how to implement the processes that were and great ideas. The downtown master plan is another one that we accepted, and parts of it we try to pull up and use it as the acceptance of it as. But it's hard for us to get into all the details, and so if we can how to have these work for us because of all the time and effort that's been put into them, obviously is there, and I want to not have them gather dust, as we say. So, but with this being on consent.
Thanks, Allison. All right, moving on to item 17. This is the Government Operations Committee report regarding short-term rentals. So I'll ask GSE Chair, Commissioner Harrod, to address this one.
All right, thank you. So as the report mentions, this is about short-term rentals, Airbnb, VRBO type activities. And so we were asked to look into this, which we have done. And there are several things that we discussed. One of the things that's really important for people to know is that if they are currently operating Airbnb, VRBO type activities, they are supposed to be paying the hotel motel excise tax, and they're supposed to have a business occupation tax certificate. And the vast majority of people are not doing that. I would like to think it's simply because they're unaware rather than simply not wanting to pay the taxes that they're supposed to be paying. So we had a discussion about that. We also had a discussion about different types of short-term rentals. So as it says in the report, one might be a homeowner renting a room in their home that they live in occasionally, ranging all the way through to people who specifically buy houses with the intent of operating them as short-term rentals, 365. So to cut a long story short, what we are recommending is that that the mayor and commissions, or the manager's office, I guess, subject to approval by the mayor and commission, submits an RFP so that we can find a company that will help us with a number of issues. One of which is simply to create a database of where these STRs are. And that should help us address two things. One is to collect taxes to which we are legally entitled at present. And the other is to help address some of the code enforcement issues. Sometimes these places become very large and annoying party pads. And so there are some ways to try and address that through some of these short-term rental help companies. So basically, the long and the short of it is there's 3 recommendations. Submit an RFP to find a qualified company to create and maintain a database of short-term rentals, help us collect taxes and help with code enforcement activities. Remind everybody that is currently operating such a short-term rental that they are, under state law, required to pay the business occupation tax and the hotel motel excise tax. And we will be making sure that happens. And then the third is to request that the manager's office direct planning staff to prepare zoning amendments regarding the regulation of short-term rentals for the review and recommendations from the planning commission. And so I will make, assuming that nobody has any big issues with this, I would like to see when we've had our discussion if this can go on consent.
Further discussion? Allison?
Thank you. The state level has taxes taken out of short-term rentals automatically. And is the committee seeing that there are vendor companies that can do local taxes okay, so whatever isn't being taken out automatically from the state, from the vendor, from the Airbnb warehouse, so to speak, you're saying that the company would be connecting and making sure that's being done.
As I understand it, the company would be making sure that we are collecting all taxes to which we are currently legally entitled, which at present is not happening.
So, and just to follow up, currently sales tax is being collected by the third-party vendors. What's not is hotel motel. So what the software would do would be identify current short-term rentals and make sure that when people are staying there, they are paying their hotel and motel taxes. And so they would be basically our third-party vendor collecting that.
Okay, and then the next is making the business occupation tax. I get that because obviously the inventory of residential properties in our county that don't have a homestead are somebody's business, and so that's like 60%, right, of the residential is not home exemption. So anyway, what I'm getting at is the traditional landlord who is renting on the lease, the long-term traditional, are they also, are we able to capture their getting business license, business occupation tax as well? Or is that out of the scope of what you guys were studying?
So this might be something for the attorney's office, but during the GOC meetings, as we discussed this, the attorney's office and finance department did share that, in terms of our code of ordinances, Airbnb, VBRO, those are considered hotels. And so it is different. So these are hotels. And so it is a business and they need to be paying the business tax.
I get that. But a regular landlord, a traditional yearly lease landlord, it does not have to have a business occupation tax?
I'd have to let Judd answer that question.
Just to follow up, we didn't talk about that really in the GOC. I guess the one that kind of comes closest to that is the last option where people buy a house for the sole purpose of using it for a short-term rental. Now, that might not be a traditional yearly lease. It might be you have one group of people in for a week, somebody else in for 2 weeks, somebody else in for 3 days, but throughout the course of the year, that's basically what you use it as. My personal feeling is that anytime you're making money like that, whether you are renting a single room in an owner-occupied home, all the way through to being a traditional landlord, you are operating a business, and I think you need to pay a business occupation tax.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm going to save my detailed question for another time, but I'm hoping that once we get this company involved, that we can also add in rental, whether it's short-term or traditional, when we get to that point. But
and I think that's entirely appropriate and the correct thing to do.
Judd, is there anything else you'd weigh in on? So if I was an individual property owner, say I had 3 traditional rental properties, just renting for an annual lease, was operating my rental business out of my home, it would be the expectation, would it not, that I would pay business occupation tax as a property manager?
That would seem reasonable to me, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like the opportunity to research whether it's an exception on the law.
Okay.
And we'll send a memo out to the commission about what we find related to just what I'm hearing is normal landlords that rent properties that we're addressing here.
Yep.
Not long-term rentals, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we'll do that.
All right.
Yes, I mean, following up on Commissioner Wright's question, I mean, I think there's the traditional the traditional landlord that has an agreement with an individual person for over the long term, maybe 6 months, maybe 12 months is probably the normal. And then there's what we were talking about in our committee was somebody that buys a home and it is operated as a short-term rental, but you may have 25 different people staying there in the course of 2 or 3 months. So you don't have a lease with the same person for a 12-month period, which is what we tend to think of in the sort of traditional rental market. So, and the phenomenon of people buying property and using them for Airbnbs continuously is obviously a relatively new one because, we have platform capitalism now and people, 20 years ago, you couldn't do this because you couldn't really do it via, the internet wasn't in the situation so developed that you could do it where you can now. So I think these are both, for me, they're both means whereby people are using property and running them for businesses, but they're slightly different. The traditional rental where you have one lease with an individual for 12 months versus you buy a home and run it as a Airbnb. But I think both of these are being run as businesses and both of them should end up paying business occupation tax.
Tim.
Mayor, and yeah, just to underline the amount of revenue that we are missing out on that is not being appropriately paid. And of course, this is revenue that would be paid for people coming into town, visiting, coming to game days, that kind of thing. The staff's estimates had this just for the hotel motel tax part being up to $2.3 million a year that is not being appropriately given because those people coming to our town are using our roads, using our sidewalks, using our infrastructure, putting more of a burden on it. And so, yeah, and I'm not even sure if we have, and Josh, maybe, do we have an estimate on how much revenue is being lost with us not having the occupation tax included there?
We don't, but one thing I will add, Commissioner Denson, those numbers were pre-COVID-19, so right. We do hope, obviously, that our economy will come back to that point. When we did do the initial check in February, it's a point in time. So, obviously it's going to change, especially during football season and other peak tourism times. There's about 960 short-term rentals. We didn't know exactly where they were located, but if you do the math and you say $100 each, then that's what you're talking about.
Okay. Thank you. So, yeah, I mean, either way, like millions of dollars that are not being appropriately paid, so that me as a whole can be benefiting from it. So I think this is a great plan we have in place here, but I also agree with Commissioner Wright, and that's something else we should be exploring.
Great to highlight that lost revenue. I appreciate it. Anything else? All right, everybody good with this on consent? All right. Number 17, going to consent. All right, 18 is another committee report from Legislative Review regarding neighborhood traffic management. The committee was asked to look particularly at those substandard streets and those kind of environments where our former policy didn't naturally apply. So, Commissioner Wright, do you want to highlight a few things here?
First, I'd like to highlight that I hope this also gains momentum to go on consent agenda. And I like the way everybody's thinking about our meeting being short for November 3rd. And so it's traffic calming in the residential traffic management approach. And you'll see a lot of highlighted information in the ordinance that's attached. So this one's coming out of committee unanimously moving forward with the documentation of how that policy and procedure statement would look. So a lot of great highlighted because of the work that was done to streamline it, take out some of the barriers that were happening and costs for people and neighbors knocking on neighbors' doors to try to get consensus. So we're making it to where it's going to be easier for this to move forward. And we hope to have a big push to get this new strategy going, and I look forward to the rest of the committee chiming in to share the summary of it in their particular review of this over the last few months.
Thanks. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'm really glad to see this coming forward because I've certainly had issues in my district of streets that are in desperate need of traffic calming, but they just barely didn't make those existing thresholds, or at least they didn't make one of them. So this will certainly help some of those communities. And that tends to be in, communities where you have modest homes, narrow streets, communities that were developed before most people had automobiles. These are also communities where you have very shallow setbacks. The homes are right up on the curb. So there's almost no possibility for sidewalk. Sidewalk would actually be more of a burden on those property owners than a boon. There are also communities where you often don't have driveways. So you have people parking in the street, which means pedestrians have to walk in the middle of the street. So there's even more need for traffic calming. I'd like to keep this off consent to just have some conversation with some of the committee members and some other commissioners about possibly adding some language to the special note, the 2 special note, it's under section C. Maybe some language that does talk about giving special consideration for streets where you have a certain percentage of properties that don't have driveways, and a shallower setback, a less than the normal regulated setback for most properties. I think that can really help out some of these neighborhoods. They tend to be lower income neighborhoods, and they do tend to be the kind of neighborhoods where you have a hard time getting community engagement. So I'd like to have more conversation about how we're going to bring that equity to this program, and have some greater assistance to those neighborhoods where you might have a lot of rental properties. You might have some older residents, and you might have residents who simply work 2 or 3 jobs and don't have time to do that kind of community organizing that we're seeing. Like in Boulevard, we're undergoing the neighborhood traffic management plan, and we do have folks who are very engaged, to the point of making online surveys and things like that. But I'd like to see us have some way forward for some of those more disenfranchised communities that don't have the ability to foster that community engagement.
Thanks, Melissa. Mariah?
I was doing so good this meeting. I unmuted myself most of the time up until just now. So don't count that as a strike against me. But So to address a little bit of what Commissioner Link was talking about, equity is definitely a huge consideration for me in these discussions, given that a lot of this has been one of my biggest frustrations as commissioner is trying to get speed bumps on constituent streets, particularly dealing with a lot of elderly folks, and particularly under the pandemic. I don't want to just like send them out with the packet into the neighborhood to go knock on random strangers' doors. And then there's also a lot of working class folks who just don't have the time or energy to be out doing this active community organizing. And so streamlining that process so that they can connect with their neighbors a lot easier. There's this opt-out option with regards to the communications between the folks in the neighborhood and the traffic, transportation and public works folks. So if they don't want the speed bump, they can communicate with TPW and let them know. But if they don't don't respond in any way, it's going to count as an affirmative assent for that work to move forward. And I think that's going to make it a lot easier for folks that it's particularly right now, but generally don't have the time or don't have the physical capability to go out and fill out these petitions that we've typically relied upon. As well, when folks have talked about why are there speed bumps in folks in East Athens particularly, why are there speed bumps in these nicer parts of town and we don't have any over here? It does, I think, come back to that organization that more affluent areas have had historically, but to help sort of front load or like fix that issue through like an equity lens under under section D part 5 and section B. When talking about the way that we will tier projects if funding is limited, including not only quantitative measures for how and what the dangers are on that particular street, but also based on whether a project is in a historically underserved community based upon historical data and census tract data. So if it's a neighborhood where maybe the traffic is falling under the 85th percentile of speed, or maybe it doesn't have quite 300 vehicles, but we know it's an area that gets a lot of CDBG funding. Maybe historically folks haven't been as organized because it's more working class or because of other forms of disenfranchisement that folks have faced. We can sort of bump those up the list to get those done a little more quickly in cases where we are having to prioritize here or there. So I think that'll help address that issue. I think the process in general is more streamlined to help facilitate that connection in the community that I honestly think will benefit neighborhoods beyond just the process of getting these speed bumps, of like having this meeting called together so that folks can meet all of their neighbors. And maybe now they know who lives around them so they can organize around other issues. So I think this is actually going to be a big help to neighborhoods in more ways than one. But would have to be, but I also agree that this should be left off consent just so that folks can get to know what these changes are and how they can engage in this process so that once it gets off the ground, folks can sort of access it easier and know what they're working with.
Thanks, Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Thornton.
Everything that I wanted to say, Commissioner Parker said. I wanted to address Commissioner Link. This is such a good policy because I'm not in those narrow streets. I'm in the rural areas, and people are moving out in the rural areas more now, which is so hard to go door to door. I'm kind of disappointed that it can't go on to consent because I don't know what else we can say between now and next month for a vote and conversation. We spend a lot of time building on the equity piece. Steve Decker has really been very accommodating. He has agreed to meet in communities. I have been waiting for this policy to pass so I could have community meetings in that North Athens area where there's a lot of traffic now. People using back streets. There are no sidewalks. The other thing, we're talking about speed breakers. in our meetings, there are other tools that can address speeding. It doesn't just have to be speed breakers. So I think those were the things that I learned, and I think that we sent this back to Mr. Decker. He answered our questions and tried to. So I don't know what can be said between now and next month, but I wish we could go ahead on and get this on consent. It's going to, no matter what we do, if we think this is a good idea, we still have time to tweak it out and work it out. We're not going to change anything between now and next month. I'll turn it over back to the mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport.
So I like this, the work that Decker and staff and LRC committee has done. There are just a small minor tweaking, but I was just wondering, could we put it on consent and allow Commissioner Link and Parker to do a CDO to make some minor change? Because it seems like it's just some small, maybe not, I'm looking at the face, but it just seems like there was just some minor little added, some language need to be added, but just an option.
I'll say we can go ahead and just leave it on discussion. And, if with some further percolation, everybody feels fine with the language, that's good. And we don't need much discussion. We can vote quickly. But, just given that there are some open questions, we'll just go ahead and leave it on discussion.
Yeah, and I would really like to use the opportunity to educate the public about how the new paradigm will work, since I think it's going to be to their benefit and a lot of people are going to appreciate it.
Let's see, Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Denson.
And we do want to do a promotional on this to make sure that all the commissioners are aware and community members know that they might have had a frustrating experience with this before, and that we're streamlining it. I really don't think we're going to have a whole lot of viewing audience on November 3rd. But I did want to highlight on the under number 2 in special notes that we added a 4th category, an official recommendation by the roadway safety audit team to determine if the criteria aren't fitting in some of the exact parameters we have. And Commissioner Link, that might help you with what you're talking about. We can't capture every scenario, but that traffic audit is the option that would be able to go in and give it that more personalized approach and solution for that area. Again, can be instigated by a commissioner or a neighbor without, and then the sharing of the topic happens once those parameters have been made, and to address the specifics of that one. So I hope that helps as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, and to add to what Commissioner Wright said, I think that also having spelled out some of the considerations that the traffic engineer would make in considering streets that might fall beneath the program minimum requirements will help mitigate any concerns about subjectivity or unfairness or bias, and, these streets get them and we don't. Spelling out all right, this is what we're looking for, and this is how we can work with you if you don't quite meet those threshold requirements, I think will be helpful for the public to know as well. So I'm really glad we spelled those out here. And another reason to keep this off consent, so people can kind of know this sort of stuff.
Thanks for that. Commissioner Denson.
I definitely appreciate LRC and staff digging into this to make that flexibility, especially around the 85th percentile, which I've heard frustrations from residents in my district about how limiting and locked that in there. So I like that flexibility there, especially the flexibility language around equity. I did wonder if it was it might have been discussed some, but on that same flexibility, that list of different things, including the equity there, for considerations, especially if there was multiple neighborhoods, was it discussed at all about just a history of accidents or that kind of thing plugging into it, accident history, pedestrian injuries, anything like that? Is that part? Because I could see that kind of line being in there also. If there's been, for whatever weird reason, there's been a number of issues and dangers. I don't know.
Anyone on the committee recall discussion of accident history?
I don't think that came up in our discussion.
We did not actually go into accidents, and I think that is really, I really think that is an important thing. But no, we did not discuss it, Tim. And I think in your district, Tim, that you have had multiple accidents. I have not had that in my district as much. So no, it didn't raise a red flag with me, but I think that's a really, if we're talking about holding this off and tweaking it, I think that should be some kind of language in there. And I'll pass it back to the chair, because I know I don't remember talking about accidents.
That's part of the traffic audit. I'm sorry, just to clarify, and the process that Transportation Public Works does. So that sort of data and the traffic data, I think, is part of their process in that traffic audit. It involves a team and on-site observations, as well as the data that can come through from that. I'm familiar with a place that once it was a four-way stop. It had 2 stop signs. There was a lot of wrecks. Then they made it 4-way stop, and now over the last 20 years, it's now got a traffic light. So it's my understanding that is part of it as well. And from staff side, that might happen before a community member or commissioner prompts this policy.
And I was wondering,
so it's a combination.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's helpful. Yeah, and I also wonder on number 5, the project prioritization under B. I could just see that listed as maybe a 4th item. Really, the incident that comes to mind for me was actually in Commissioner Edwards, the Riverbend Parkway fatality that we had there. That was that really showed that there was a need there, and we took some kind of prioritized action for infrastructure in that area. So I could just see that that thing also being in there as a prioritization. Maybe it's something we can discuss here if we're going to keep this off consent and add some language there. And the last thing I had, this is, and I would appreciate any clarification from staff or anybody else, is on number 3, C2. It says here, and it looks like that there's just more official types of roadways we have listed than we did in the previous neighborhood traffic management program. Because it says here, this policy does not address local roadways. And if you pull up the current traffic management program we have now, I've been looking at this because I'm working right now with some constituents. I've been looking into this. It specifically says the neighborhood traffic management program shall be principally limited to roads that are classified as local roadways. And so to me, it was very odd to see the new version really change the terminology and the classification so distinctly. I don't know if there's any clarification from staff on that.
Tim, locate that again for me, if you will.
So on the new, on the what we're voting on now, or going to be voting on, so number 3 under background under C2. Where it states this policy does not address local roadways.
Blaine or staff, is that a?
I mean, it looks to me like there's a new categorization, because under background BI it says there are 5 types of roadway streets and list those 5. It just seems like the categorization of roadways has changed distinctly since the I don't know.
Well, unless Steve Decker can come on and chime in for the specifics on it, I believe added this, and committee help me if I'm not explaining this correctly or accurately, is that this is residential traffic calming. That's what this specific policy is. So we were listing the different types of roadways, and depending on the category, this was something also we learned in the corridor committee, depending on the categories. All right, Russell, you're going to chime in on the corridor stuff. Depending on the type of roadway, there's different tools or ways to address the issues on them. And so we were trying to make sure that it was clear, and maybe it's not, that this is for residential roadways, this policy.
And that's why I kind of picked up on, yeah, I guess just it might be good to have a changing of this, if that is an official category that we now have as local roadways, different than neighborhood residential streets. Because like I said, in the policy we have currently right now, it's categorized and labeled completely differently, saying that we only have this working for local roadways. So I think that causes some real confusion.
Blaine,
So I think you're right that staff should answer. Yeah.
Well, Commissioner Wright, I think summarized that pretty well. So this is for the residential. Residential and local are a little bit different. Staff's working on a different local roadway plan. So this will be focused on the neighborhood residential, and we'll have, and I think if it's helpful to y'all, we could add to the policy or at least give you some definitions of what all those different categories mean. That might help with some context.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to ask
Melissa?
for that, for some kind of list or list of definitions, or maybe even a list of roadways and what they're classified as. I'm curious to know like what Jefferson River Road and Vincent Drive are classified as. Is they're purely residential, but they have like 40-mile-an-hour speed limits. So yeah, I would like to see an extensive list of what defines a local roadway, and maybe if there's some document that lists what these different roads fall under.
Well, what we'll start with in the follow-up report is definitions for each of those, and then we can go from there and drill down to where y'all need to get to.
Thanks, Blaine. Russell, did you have any follow-up? No. Okay. All right. So clearly leaving this off consent. All right. Moving on to item 19, the mental health patient transportation for the Clarke County Sheriff's Office. This doesn't involve the treatment in the office, but there's a frequent transportation need to move folks from the jail to treatment facilities, and so this is for that transportation contract. So input on this, Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. And it may be spelled out in the agenda item, and I'm not seeing it, but what was the year in which the Sheriff's Office transitioned from doing this in-house to outsourcing to the private entity?
I think it's FY03. We can go back. We can ever since FY03, that has been the method of contracting it out. I think from time to time the Sheriff's Office can try to provide it, but they certainly don't have the capacity to take it all on.
And that capacity is just due to staffing constraints or having folks with the proper training to facilitate those transports?
Yes.
Yeah. What was my next question? And do they contract with the lowest responsive bidder, or how is that contract agreed upon, or that, I guess, contractor solicited?
Yes, there was a bidder. I think the last time that this was awarded was back in 2014 for 5 years. It expired last year. The Sheriff's Office went through a procurement process. There were 2 respondents, 2 companies that responded: Managed Medical Transport and G4S Healthcare. And the Sheriff's Office is recommending Managed Medical Transport for another 5 years.
Okay.
Well, let me say this: a 1-year contract with 4 1-year renewals.
Oh, so a 1-year contract with 4 1-year renewals. Is that what you said? Okay.
Yes.
I mean, as with anything to do with our carceral system, if there's any way we could take out a profit motive, I think that we should. I know we've discussed that with regards to inmate telecommunications. If there are any companies that do that work with that sort of company structure in Georgia, that would be great for us to investigate, I think. As well as if if it could be brought in-house as a means of taking out that profit motive, that's something I'd also be interested in exploring, like whatever staffing challenges or budgetary issues they had previously with maintaining that level of service. I'd love to hear more about, to see how in future budget cycles we might be able to ultimately make sure people aren't, making a quick buck off of folks that are down on their luck and end up needing psychiatric help at a very, very vulnerable point in time in their lives.
I could offer a little more insight if it's helpful to you and the public.
Absolutely.
So this doesn't really this happens when the courts, and as you know, the sheriff's office is responsible for the administration of the jail and operation of the jail, as well as the courthouse security and staffing the courts. And these transports aren't necessarily folks in the jail that they're trying to transfer out. Well, let me say the jail is a temporary holding place until folks can get to court. And this transport happens when the courts involuntarily commit either mentally ill or substance abuse patients to a statewide psychiatric or emergency receiving facility. So the state requires the county to provide the service.
Yeah.
It could be any department. In this case, the sheriff years ago stepped up and said, we'll help with this because they help to support the courts. So we could, you could, again, this would be a 1-year contract with 4 renewals. And, you could look at the upcoming budget session or the upcoming budget cycle to examine an alternative where we would provide the staffing to do this, and the sheriff's office could provide a proposal for how much they thought it would cost them, if that's something you'd like to see.
Just an idea to consider. And then something else I was just thinking about. So when someone is being committed to a psychiatric institution just based upon needs that seem to arise while they are in the care of the jail, are they transported by a separate service?
Well, this vendor that y'all would vote on, this contract would provide the service of taking them from our care to a statewide
So both those
facility.
both those that are court mandated and those that otherwise just present the need.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, physicians, probate courts decide on these involuntary commitments. It's not anything jail staff does.
Right. Okay.
These are not inmates. So.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Is that it, Mariah?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, Melissa. Go ahead, Blaine.
No, I'm sorry. Let me let all the commissioners finish.
Good, Melissa.
Yeah, so just doing the quick math on the cost per transport just for the past year, it's over $400. Are these like ambulance style transports? And as far as I know, our mental health hospitals might be in Augusta and Atlanta. That's not exactly a super long drive. I'm just kind of curious about these costs per transports, and if it just seems, maybe it's the industry standard, but it seems a little ridiculous, especially if they're not in like intense medical care or accompanied by a bunch of EMTs.
Yeah, that was my thinking exactly, Commissioner Link, that if they're making money off of every transport they make, whereas we would be doing it just to balance our budget, I could imagine there could be cost savings there, but I don't know.
Well, I will say we did bid this out to the open market, and I think non-emergent transports are fairly expensive. And in this case, this, I would imagine, requires some, specialized trained personnel and appropriate vehicles for that, depending on the situation.
There's 135 of them per year. That's a lot. It seems like you could have a staff person, that's a $270,000 contract. Are there more than, it sounds like there are like 3 of them happening a day, almost 2 or 3 a day. I just wonder if it would be, more cost effective to have even a couple people on staff doing this full time.
Well, it takes 2 people for each trip.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right, it's 2 to 3 a day. And if they're going to different parts of the state, and I can't tell you right now, but we can follow up. It may take more than 1 vehicle and 2 people. Again, we can look at this, and I can't, tell you those costs right now. I will say, since FY03, this has been bid out, and this seems to be the going concern for this type of service. We can examine some alternatives if you'd like, but we need to continue to be able to send these folks as the courts remand them to this type of custody.
How long is this contract for?
This would be for 1 year and then 4 1-year renewals.
I'd like to see us, have a more detailed exploration of this program. Obviously, we need to make sure that this transportation persists, but for our next budget cycle, I would certainly like to see a more detailed exploration and examine some alternatives, because we're paying almost $300,000 a year for this transportation, which comes out to $400 a transport. I wonder if we couldn't keep, 4 people on staff to take care of this.
Well, just so we don't, this is a 24/7 service. Mm-hmm. And so you're going to have shifts, and there's people, and then they take their vacation, and you got to have relief factors. So it's not quite as simple as, having 1 truck and a couple of folks to ferry these folks. These are folks that, could be in a crisis at the time, and the courts are like, they need to go. So it is, but Commissioner Link, we're glad to cost that out and see what that looks like.
Yeah, and I'm curious to know if there are other communities that do it in-house and what that looks like.
Okay.
Ovita?
I would like the manager's office to cost that out also. But Manager Williams, earlier you said this has been a growing concern. Who were you referring to about a growing concern? Maybe I missed that.
Yeah, and I'm humble. That's a problem. I said a going concern. So what that means is it's something that people are in the business to do, and being competitively priced or procured. We put it out for bid, and proposals were taken, and we're taking the most competitive as recommended by the sheriff's staff. So not a growing concern, but a going concern.
Okay, thank you.
Tim.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I have just a few questions. One of them is, Blaine, on the attached to this is the proposal from G4S, who I see as not the low bidder, the one that's being recommended, but I don't see the proposal from the actual one that is being recommended. Am I just missing that? Managed medical transport? It just seems odd that we have the proposal from who we're not being recommended to give it to, but the one that we are being recommended to give it to, I can't find their actual proposal at that. Maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see it. And while that is being looked at, I can go on to my next question, which is linked to this. But from what I see here, we're being recommended to go with the same vendor that we've had over the last 5 years. And this vendor is telling us in their proposal that they can do this for $270,000. Yet they have shown us every year over the last 5 years that they cannot do this for $270,000, and that we've paid them considerably above that every single year. So that is a concern right there. That they have continuously spent more, and this just a little bit of this echoes some of the concerns that came out of the sheriff's health services audit too. I know there was some similar things going on there. So that is one flag I have. But my main comments echo Commissioner Link and Commissioner Parker. I would definitely like us to be exploring other options and working with the courts for this in the Sheriff's Department. And mainly I say the courts because I looked up the Georgia code that is listed in the history item 1, OCGA 37.3.101. And in that state code, it says, and this is something I want to know if we're actually exploring, if the courts are exploring, is within the state code, it says, at any time the community mental health center is satisfied that the patient can be transported safely by family members or friends, such private transportation shall be encouraged and authorized. Not only authorized, but actually encouraged. That our court systems, our sheriff's department, this whole program, we should be prioritizing these individuals being transported privately by family members and friends. So I'd really like to know how many of the courts mandated people being transported in this way are being privately transported, since that is obviously the encouraged method. And I'd also like to know if they are actively being encouraged to do so, if that's being explored for these, because not only would that save the county money, but I would imagine that it would be a much warmer and healthier handoff for these individuals going into a mental health center. So if we could get information on that, how many people are being transported by family members or friends, and also if the courts are actively encouraging that, and also if the sheriff's department in some way is actively encouraging that.
Well, let me see if I can answer a couple of the questions. So attachment number 2 would be the managed medical response, their bid. And the other, I was trying to, I appreciate you giving me some time. You went through a number of things there. Your second concern was coming over budget. And I do want to say I did speak briefly today with the sheriff's office. The not to exceed is not the correct term. So, this is sort of a unit price. And you can see that as the cost has fluctuated, the number of transports has fluctuated as well. And so it's really sort of a unit price contract. If there are more transports, we're going to pay more. If there's less, then we pay less. So the estimate is, for budgeting purposes, is $270,000 based on a certain number of transports. And that's going to vary depending on, the number of folks that are in crisis.
Mm-hmm. And do we have information at this time? I mean, I'm guessing not, but on if the courts and the sheriff's department are working to encourage private transportation by family members or friends for these individuals?
I can't answer that at this time.
Okay, since that is the actual state law, I would hope that is something that we're doing, because I think that would be a benefit to everyone involved here. So if we can do some investigating on that to find out if that is being encouraged and utilized, I'd appreciate it.
We will do that.
Further questions at this point? All right, follow up on some of those questions. I appreciate it, everyone. All right, moving on to item number 20. This is the Office of Operational Analysis work plan. 2 work plan components proposed here. Commissioner Link, you want to talk about the pair of these?
Yeah. We met over several meetings to discuss the work plan. We had kind of a working list of departments that we'd been discussing for a while, and we took a look at the risk analysis tool, which is kind of an industry standard tool that rates the level of risk for certain departments. Based on national conversation, local conversation, as well as the outcome of that risk analysis tool, we decided to move forward with asking the auditor to do an audit of the police department. We've made a budgetary commitment in our FY21 budget to have a pretty thorough citizen committee-based analysis of our police department to examine justice and community building and public safety issues, for possible restructuring, reallocation, just an in-depth analysis of that department. And so we've asked the auditor to begin that work, to come up with the information to be able to present to that committee when that committee is appointed, and also to come back to the audit committee with any requests from that committee for possibly expanding the scope. So the police department audit scope would be to determine the different funding sources for the police department's total operating budget. We often hear about these grants that the department gets. We want to know how much is coming from grant money, what the allowed funding sources for that grant money or allowed funding expenditures for that grant money is, how much is coming from local dollars. Just an analysis of how this department is funded and what the allowances of those funding dollars is. B is to analyze the structure of the police department, identifying the mission, staffing, budgets, funding, and outcoming of units within the department. The department has many different units, not all just officers on the street. So we want to get a clear picture of that. And to meet with and solicit feedback from the Safety and Justice Task Force. So to present this information to that task force, return to the audit committee with any further requests from that task force, to kind of keep this a little open-ended. So if there is more information that task force wants, we can direct the auditor to uncover that information. Our second audit is the Elections Office and Board of Elections audit scope. The past 2-3 years or so, we've had some issues with elections. They've been some difficult years. We've had high turnout. We've had new machines. There's been miscommunications between our Board of Elections and our election staff. Our Board of Elections was hauled before the state board. There's right now we're having issues with absentee ballot requests that didn't go out on time, or that are showing up on people's mailboxes who have already requested their absentee ballot. So there's a lot of issues there. And we've asked the auditor through this election season, until this election is over and until it's certified and staff is done with all that work, because they certainly have a lot of work to do, to just be an observer, to kind of pay attention to how this process is going. But once it's all wrapped up, we've asked her to begin the audit. So what we're asking is for an examination of the interface and communication between the Elections Office and the Board of Elections, to assess the effectiveness of the Elections Office efforts to comply with reporting and disclosure requirements, to assess the Elections Office interface with the State Board of Elections and the Secretary of State's office, to ask how does the Elections Office carry out directives from the state and communicate these with the Board of Elections, to determine the responsibilities and authority level of the Board of Elections, and to determine the functions of the Elections Office. These are two audits that we foresee could be wrapped up in a fairly short amount of time. Of course, the police department audit could be expanded in scope, but we want to just go ahead and establish this work plan for these two departments. They're both very timely issues. We have an election going on right now, and this is the opportunity for the auditor to take a close look at that as it's happening. And, because of our discussions around our police force, and national discussions around policing, we feel that it's really important that we begin this audit work as quickly as possible, and get that committee appointed and put them to work as quickly as possible. So that's it. Does anybody have any questions about this?
Thanks, Melissa. Questions? Allison?
I'll let those that aren't on the committee ask their questions before I had some comments I wanted to share.
Any other input?
Okay, back to me.
All right.
I did want to have a correction for the agenda report. I see that it says that it was unanimous to vote on the police department. Melissa, remember I was not comfortable with the C item that was added to that scope, so I was voting against that. So we'll update that agenda report because that was not unanimous. I was still in the meeting while we were talking about the police department audit. And that was that committee comment. Remember, Russell wanted to wrap it up because we talked so much about the committee. So if we can just update that it wasn't unanimous. And then I felt that there had been a good bit of confusion on the paperwork, kept talking about auditing the Board of Elections, which I do believe does need to have a serious evaluation. We've seen expenditures come out of that appointed body. And we have lines right now, people trying to vote when the Board of Elections rejected the staff recommendation that we use a larger venue so that there could be safe distancing, lots of space for the ballots that they had wanted to have spaced out because of them being seen. I think that's why the state came here. But it's turned into that the work plan is about the office of election. So I just wanted to share that has changed a good bit as the topic has moved forward, and that I will not be voting in support of this work plan. I feel that the Office of Operational Analysis needs support. I think it needs time to get its staffing. We spent a year ago, we talked about the work assessment, which was to be needed to address planning the work plan. That report has not been brought forward to see how the 114 units that answered the 52 questions for that assessment that was done in the spring. We haven't seen the numbers for those. And then I feel that the audit committee, that the work plan from 2017 should be completed before we make another work plan. Just a year ago, the Central Services Fleet Management Program was predicted to be completed in October of 2019. And a year ago, Animal Services was predicted to be done in January 2020. And those are both part of the 2017 work plan. And neither of those have been completed as of this date now. And I really think that we should allow the internal auditor and her staffing to focus on the current audits that are in there so that they can be, the information of it is timely and relevant for us. So I'm just expressing my opinion about that. I've shared it before, and now that it's in the hopper for the agenda, I just wanted to share that so that people would know where I feel on that for when we get to vote for it. And I'll be happy to answer questions about that. I don't want to take up a bunch of time here. Melissa can answer some of those questions as well as the chair, but she has been very interested. The chair has been very interested in Board of Elections, or now it seems like it's the Office of Elections to be audited. That's been ongoing for a while.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Davenport.
I would like to ask Commissioner Link a question about the 2017 work plan. Aren't we are at the 30-day point, correct, of the fleet management and animal control? We're just waiting on the manager to respond, correct? Can you give, just for the edification of the public and for other commissioners, that just explain the process of where we are?
Yeah. From what I understand, and that's what's reported at our meeting, those audits are essentially complete. They are just with the departments right now for the feedback. So we should see those at our next meeting. The auditor's basically at the stage now of waiting for that feedback.
Mayor, I've We have not received those audits, Commissioner Link. So the 30-day period has not quite started yet.
Okay, so they have not arrived. So I know as of our meeting last week, we were told that they were going to be sent any day now. So
they've not been sent quite yet.
Okay. Well, I think they're expected to be sent by the time, we vote on this plan. And we don't want to, we want to have this work plan waiting in the wings so the auditor can get started as soon as the work is wrapped up on the ones that are wrapping up right now. So there's no lull time. And because these are rather timely issues. And I want to address the Board of Elections. I think there's some semantical confusion, regarding the Board of Elections and the Elections Office. In our discussion, we often refer to the Board of Elections to include the staffing, and the entire elections mechanism itself. We tried to make it a little more clear when we were hammering this out for the report, that we do want, an examination of that interface between the staffing as well as the board. I think that's where we're having a lot of our issues regarding communication and direction issues. So we tried to make it a lot more clear, in this scope that, it is to address both the elections office, which means the staffing, as well as the board.
Commissioner Davenport.
So sorry I missed the last meeting, but why haven't the reports been submitted to the Office of the Manager?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We were told that they would be any minute now. So I presume that by the time we actually vote on this, they will have been submitted. I mean, we just met not even a week ago. So
so is there some follow-up that needs to be done? Or
I know that there was some delay on one of them because the auditor discovered information via the Department of Agriculture that had not been submitted through the Animal Control Department. There were Department of Agriculture reports that were not in the information that the Animal Control had submitted to her. And so there was extra information that needed to be processed into the report. So I know that delayed that one a little bit. But from what I understand, they both should be arriving to the department heads any minute now, and certainly by the time we vote on this.
I'll request them to take this off consent.
I agree, because I agree also. I really thought, and Melissa, Commissioner Link, you are right. There was some information that the Animal Control did not provide, but I thought that she received it from some other source. I think just for I don't know how we can keep this on consent without that information.
It's not on consent.
Yeah, this is on discussion.
It's not on consent. This is still on discussion.
No, I would not. Yeah, so it is kind of hairy that it is kind of uncomfortable not knowing that these have. I thought they were where they needed to be. That was the last thing I can tell you. So let's keep it on discussion and keep it moving. That's all I can say.
And I'll reach out to the auditor and ask her to send us a report as to where exactly those audits are. Because as of our meeting last week, they were intended to be on their way any minute now.
Well, Commissioner Link, we all agreed even several months ago that was why we had slowed things down to make sure there was nothing outstanding. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't even know why we're even having this discussion now, but that was clear that we want. I know it was clear on my part. Maybe it wasn't clear with the rest of the committee that we do not start something until we were finished. So
These audits are not given the go-ahead until we vote on them November 3rd.
Huh?
These audits are not given the go-ahead until we vote on them November 3rd.
Yeah, but I still think that these are things that we need to be clear on as a committee. That's my point.
Thanks, Commissioner. The one other request I would make of the audit committee is to forward to the full commission something that's been referenced by committee members a couple times tonight, which is the results of the risk assessment tool that's been completed by a number of governmental units, because I believe that for the full commission, it'll be beneficial to see that as commissioners contemplate future audit work plan components to see where those challenges are as revealed by that risk assessment tool.
Mayor, if I might too, I think it was suggested that maybe our staff hadn't turned over information in a timely manner. My understanding that request, we didn't have that request at the time that the information was requested, but I intend to clarify that for y'all in the follow-up report.
Thank you, Manager. All right, leave this on discussion. All right, moving on to item number listed on our agenda is 21, emergency space for judicial operations. This is by title only at this point, although there will be a report that you'll see in the next couple of days. Just to let commissioners and the public know that Supreme Court of Georgia Justice Melton, Chief Justice, has requested that area circuits throughout the state provide an opportunity for court resumption, and we're interested in doing that as safely as possible. And so for us, that's going to mean some court functions and activities happening in a more spaced way in the Classic Center, larger venue, and so you'll be seeing some information about that.
Mayor, if I might, just I'm sorry I don't have that agenda item on. We were waiting to finalize some information, but I'll have it to you shortly. But everything the mayor said is dead on point. The Chief Melton has authorized jury trials to resume. There are 30 jury trials scheduled in Superior Court from January through June. And then grand jury is scheduled in November, January, and April. And so the courthouse is not spacious enough to accommodate these in a socially distanced manner. And the mayor took part in a meeting just a week ago today of the local jury trial committee that was required by Chief Melton here locally, presided over by Judge Norris. And they have decided that the Classic Center is a top alternative, having space large enough for jury selection that allows for social distancing, separate jury deliberation room, proximity to the courthouse, parking, security, and AV support. And so jury trials, in trying to estimate the cost of this, assuming 30 trials, 5 days apiece, roughly $15,000 a trial. And we're working with the Classic Center to, if it's less than that, how would that look? So this would be a little over $400,000 that we're asking you to approve a budget amendment to Superior Court to allow these to take place next year in a socially distanced manner. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Manager Williams. So be looking for that. Item number 22 is simply the ordinance language associated with our previously discussed motorized vehicle ordinance regarding shareable dockless mobility devices. So Commissioner Wright, anything more to note about this?
Well, I think this is the completes what we discussed at the last meeting. So once we voted to do the ban, and then I want to thank Sherry Hines and the Attorney's Office for the speed. I didn't realize it would make it into this next voting cycle, and I really appreciate that coming as quickly as with everything that they have in store for them. And I did have a question on the item before that you said we are about to have judicial activity.
Yep.
Does that mean that the bars will be pouring till 2 a.m. again?
No. So just to clarify, Commissioner Wright, a judicial emergency continues. but that judicial emergency now also includes the requirement from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Georgia for superior courts to contemplate mechanisms for pursuing trials. So it's continued emergency, just with some different contours attached to it, in the same way that the governor's emergencies have been modified sometimes from month to month.
Okay, I think you and I know exactly who will be emailing us about that, so I wanted to be clear on how to answer that question.
Already gotten a couple of those emails and phone calls. Yep.
If this ordinance can go on consent, I would be happy with that if everybody else is.
Melissa?
Clear to the public that this refers to shareable dockless scooters, so ones that are, birds and that are part of a company. You get online and you rent them. It doesn't refer to private vehicles.
That's right. Yeah. So if you own one of those devices, that's a different phenomenon from the short-term rental of them.
I recently acquired one, so just putting it out there. If you have a personal vehicle, it's your responsibility. And hopefully you won't be leaving it in the middle of the sidewalk and blocking handicap ramps with it.
That's right. All right. Moving on to 22. Everybody okay with consent?
Kelly, we're going to put that on consent.
Yep. Everybody okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. 22 is on consent. All right. 23 is consideration of Oakland Avenue for local historic district status. This was just heard by HBC last night. Commissioner Edwards, I know you've been involved in these conversations. Would you like to provide some context and path forward?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This item was brought before the HPC Historic Preservation Commission last night, and they voted not to recommend designation. This was a perhaps unprecedented situation for historic designation in this community, where this was to cover an area not yet within a National Register district, so that there was not a promised tax benefit, property tax abatement associated with this designation. So it created a lot of confusion in the neighborhood, and took away really one of the number one benefits for living in a local designated district, to get that National Register designation where the property tax abatement flows through. So, when this demolition moratorium was first put in place, of course, there was a unanimous vote. I appreciate the support of my colleagues, and there was a proposal to demolish a brick cottage, which you'll see now in this attached report, to build an Airbnb boarding house. The moratorium was put in place, the property transferred, and subsequently has been tastefully renovated. So there really was a sigh of relief breathed across the entire neighborhood. But at this time, it just doesn't seem like designation is in the cards. So I'd like to request that we take this item off the agenda, just leave it off, and let the demolition moratorium go ahead and expire as of our next meeting. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Commissioner Edwards, if there's any interest in that neighborhood in pursuing that National Register designation. I mean, we have not undergone an analysis for new National Register districts in, I don't know, 30 years.
Yeah, there is a pending application.
Okay.
But it's inconclusive at this point. So perhaps down the road it might be revisited, but at this point I would just like to take it off the agenda and let the moratorium expire.
All right. Any further input on this? All right. So that moratorium naturally expires November 3rd, so you won't see this on the November agenda. So the meeting's getting shorter. All right.
Not even consent, just deleted. That's how I like to do it.
All right.
swiftly, he says. Thank you, Russell. That's, I think, a wise choice. I appreciate that.
All right, appreciate it, Russell. All right, moving on to item number 24. This is the Western Downtown Athens Local Historic District designation and associated design guidelines, and this is in Commissioner Link's district. So I'll let you begin the conversation.
Yeah. So this is something that was initially to be voted on back in February. We put it on hold. The pandemic hit. We extended the moratorium and put it on hold some more because it's extremely difficult to have public meetings during a pandemic. And we were certainly very occupied with many other things. Staff has followed through with some further research, and there was I felt was a really successful public meeting online a couple weeks ago with live participation. And I know Commissioner Thornton and Commissioner Davenport and Commissioner Denson all took part in that meeting. I shared with the rest of the commission the presentation that was in that meeting, as well as some further research that I stumbled across because in that presentation, we were shown images of buildings that no longer exist. There was a gorgeous building built, designed by Louis H. Pursley, who is the first African-American certified architect in the state of Georgia. He also designed our AMA church here in town. He designed the buildings in Tuskegee University. He's quite lauded. He designed a gorgeous office building, a Renaissance Revival style office building that was right next to the Morton Theater. Multi-story, 3-4-story building. There was also another 3-story brick office building that was also Black owned, Black built. And it kind of retold the story of this part of downtown. That western end of downtown was initially kind of an industrial zone. There were stables there were bottling plants, tin shops. As cars became a thing, there were a lot of auto repair shops and auto dealers. But it was the center of African-American business, and not just, stores and barber shops, but there were beautiful multi-story brick office buildings. And the Morton Theater served as an office building. There were several offices in that. But these were multi-story office buildings that housed doctors and lawyers and insurance agents. It was a white-collar, burgeoning business center. And that started to attract other buildings. When you saw buildings like the Costa building go up, the Say building, and the yellow brick building on the corner of Hull and Clayton Street. And these were all very elegant buildings that conformed with that neoclassical design that the classic city gets its name from. But it was the African-American community that pioneered that in Western downtown. And so the story of this part of town is told as much by what's been lost as what's still standing. And, the historic designation is as much about preserving the past as it is, protecting the future. And I think that, this is I'll be submitting a CDO, as I did back in February when everything was put on hold. That whittles down the recommended district. The staff recommended a broader district beyond the national boundaries. I'll be resubmitting the CDO that just sticks to the national boundaries. And by sticking to those national boundaries, we eliminate a lot of the churches. There were a lot of churches in the surrounding area. So I'll be asking that we also eliminate the Methodist Church from the district, because it would be a standalone church property and no longer characteristic of the district. I'm talking with some property owners regarding contributing and non-contributing status. There's certainly the Quality Warehouse building on Washington Street, a very very good case for making that a contributing property, I believe, has been made. I'm talking, there are some properties that are so altered that they no longer really resemble their original purpose. And I've talked with a couple property owners about that. So I'll be submitting a CDO that clearly designates, a more whittled down, purely sticking to the National Register District, and also leaving the Methodist Church out of it. So they will have absolutely no burden if they want to make any changes to their church or their annex building that's attached to their church. But I think that I'm also hosting an outdoor screening of some films that talk about the kind of persistent trend of erasure of Black history in Athens through the destruction of buildings. And a lot of that started with the destruction of these Black-owned office buildings. It kind of eliminated the evidence of African-American prosperity in early and mid-century Athens. So those buildings came down shortly after the passage of the Civil Rights Act. The Samaritan building, the gorgeous Renaissance Revival building, it was only about 50 years old when it was destroyed for a parking lot. Union Hall was taken down for a parking lot. Those parking lots are still parking lots to this day. So I think that, that by really examining the history and preserving that history, we can tell a story of what's been lost, as well as a story of what's still there, and we can protect the future of this part of our community. There's a whole new chapter of that history that's not even part of this designation period, in that this part of downtown Athens has become kind of the epicenter of our music scene, which is world famous, and that Morton Theater still stands as the connective tissue in that scene, in that it was built by an African-American. It was the center of African-American life for much of the 20th century. And it was saved in large part because there were local musicians who embraced that venue and worked to save it. They practiced in it. They filmed videos in it. So that there's that indelible link in that building. And so I'm looking forward to seeing this part of downtown get designated. I have some more information to share with my colleagues, and a couple more property owners to talk with. But I'm looking forward to moving forward with this and really preserving that history and culture that really, in so many ways, defines this town at large.
Thanks, Melissa. Ovita? You're muted, Ovita.
There you go.
Commissioner Link gave a good historic historic point about downtown Athens and the roles that Black people played and the buildings that were built. And I do think there's got to be a way to immortalize everything she said in some way. But that's not the way it is now downtown. And right now, and I wish she would have discussed that. The presentation we saw a couple of weeks was excellent, but the three last Black owners were not there, and it was asked during the presentation where they contacted, and but Commissioner Link has tried to reach out to Mr. Wilson, which I am thankful for, but I did reach him, and he wants to have a meeting. He doesn't want to do a Zoom meeting. He doesn't want to do a conference call. He wants to have a face-to-face meeting. I was told by somebody that he had changed his mind on his position, and I want to be clear that is not the truth, not the truth from where he stands. Maybe someone interpreted it that way, but when we talk about the Black history downtown, the last three Black owners that we have, we should make sure we hear them. whatever that looks like. So I hope that Commissioner Link will, or whoever the mayor will appoint, to make sure that the folk who represents Black Athens are in a conversation. Now, just because Black people don't get on Zoom meetings and conference, it doesn't mean we don't care. It means that we just got to go a little bit out of our way to have those conversations. So I'm not going to support anything with the historical district until I know that voices are heard. I'm not saying I'm not even saying I'm against it. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying, that we keep talking for Black folk and not letting Black folk talk for themselves, and then we go even further to interpret what they're saying. So I hope that, and I did talk to Commissioner Link about this. She has agreed to try to coordinate something. I don't know whether that's her that coordinates this meeting or the mayor appointing someone, but this should definitely be on hold if it has any impact with the 3 last Black businesses downtown.
Thanks, Commissioner, and I'd certainly be glad to set up a live meeting if that'd be beneficial. Commissioner Davenport.
Okay, I just have a quick question. I thought this was going to be on our December meeting, and I was just wondering why it was pushed up to November 3rd. Oh, I must have misinterpreted something.
I always understood it to see HBC hearing prior to this and then be on our November meeting.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, I think that this is such a complicated topic. If we could get a summary in the follow-up report to highlight what is different now in this report, besides maybe time and public outreach and the feedback from the public outreach of the owners of the property, not like the general public. I wanted the feedback of the property owners involved. In our work session that was on one of these earlier, we had a map, and it showed the list of property owners and then business owners, and it was red and green on whether they were for it or against it. And that piece of material and information is critically important to me as I process this. And if that is current, I think it needs to be included and shared with us on the follow-up report so that we can have a discussion involving the numbers of people. I personally still believe that those property owners that want to be in a historic district should do it, and the ones that don't should be left out. And so I will, if there's more to be seen in that respect, let me know. And maybe that chart will help me process those numbers if they've changed.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input on this item? Andy.
Thanks. I have 2 questions and a request. The request is that if Commissioner Link is going to put a CDO together, given that this is a very complex thing, please give us this. Don't drop it on the Friday before the meeting. So we're going to need some time to look at it. So my 2 questions are, A, if somebody that has more experience of dealing with these kinds of things than me could tell me, is it normal to establish a historic district in an area where the majority of property owners say they don't want one? My way of understanding is that usually these come about, not everybody wants one to begin with, but usually they come about when a majority of a group of property owners in a particular area start the process, and then others are included whether they want to be included or not. So I would like to get some feedback on that. I simply don't know. The other question I had, though, is, and again, I guess it would depend upon the boundaries that Commissioner Link is talking about. But if it does include any of the properties on the north side of West Dougherty, how does that intersect, if this were to be approved, how does that intersect with the North Downtown redevelopment project that we've been talking about?
Melissa, as I understood your discussion earlier, it would not include anything beyond.
No, and
Dougherty or
I shared some information with the commission about a week ago that included the map, and some points that might go into a CDO. I'm reluctant to put them out there now because, I'm kind of playing phone tag with some property owners to finalize non-contributing and contributing. But Andy, I don't know if I'll resend that information. And there's additional information that I couldn't even send through our Athens-Clarke County email because it was too big. But I came across some works progress, some writers, federal writers program information about some of these properties that no longer exist and some of the activities that went on in them, which is really fascinating. And also I came across some background information about the role of mutual aid and insurance companies, Black insurance companies in that era, which is what was housed in those buildings and why they disappeared.
Commissioner Thornton.
And I guess my thought is, I would like to see a breakdown also, because when I listen to you explain this, and you've said it several, you're talking about buildings that do not exist. So I don't know what we are protecting if buildings don't exist. So maybe I'm totally. Oh, I'm sorry about my dog, guys. I'm gonna be real quick. So what are we saving if all that beautiful stuff you're talking about is gone?
I think that's just the point. Those buildings are gone and the rest of them could be too. That history is wiped out. We have no evidence of that prosperity. And it's because those buildings are gone. And the same thing could happen with the rest of the buildings in the area. We'd have no more evidence of, what the Athens music scene was if some of these buildings are gone. The thriving kind of auto-centric culture that grew up. I mean, that was where you went to buy a car, to fix your car, to get new tires. And that really transformed the landscape of American culture in the middle of the 20th century. And that part of downtown speaks to that. And I think that, the story is as much about what's already been lost, what there is to save, and to how, what new goes in there and how it fits in context with what's already there. Because, when you designate historic districts, there are design guidelines for new construction as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Thornton.
I see that Lonnie's on the phone, and I don't know if I am because he's the one who did the presentation. And it was an excellent presentation. I didn't know if he wanted to add anything through this conversation.
And I think that presentation is archived. So if members of the public visit the Athens-Clarke County YouTube site, that they can view that.
Okay. But it was a great presentation. I just know that Mr. Brown, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wade were not part of it, but I understand that there was some outreach to get them there.
Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, I do think it is must be prioritized for us to be able to have a in-depth conversation formally with Mr. Wilson, Mr. Brown, Mr. Wade that absolutely must happen and is, I think unfortunate. And obviously, the pandemic contributed to the difficulty in making that happen, but it's absolutely necessary for us before we can, I think, move forward on this. That being said, I do just because I know there has been a lot of comments about the property owners and where they stand on if they support this or not. And that's obviously an important factor that we have to be considering. But I do want us to not lose focus that the whole reason that historic districts, historic preservation happens is not for the benefit of the property owners. It is for the benefit of the community, of the entire populace. We are trying to preserve history that can be enjoyed by everyone. The property owners are definitely part of that, but for everybody else. I mean, that's the whole reason we try to preserve this, so that can be enjoyed and appreciated and passed on and seen. And so I do think it is that input that we get from the general public, which I don't think, it's definitely difficult to pull that part in because it's so vast. I think is very important though. Does our community want to see this preserved? Do we feel like this is something of value for future generations that are not here right now, but we know will be here in Athens, Georgia? I mean, to me, that is the reasoning behind pursuing this, not pursuing it if property owners are wanting us to pursue it. So I think it's just important for us to keep that in front of us. Still definitely support that we should be trying and working with property owners to the fullest extent to have them on board, because obviously it's a lot easier. And they definitely have a very important role to play there. But we're trying to preserve this for generations that later on, when those property owners aren't even going to be alive, that we're not going to be alive. So I think it's important for us to make sure that is our first and foremost priority when we're discussing this. So.
Commissioner Thornton?
I would like to agree with Commissioner Denson, but I don't. I think that we're a day late and a dollar short trying to preserve historic. All the Black folk don't have anymore, and they're worried about their property, and they do have a legacy they want to leave. It might not be an historic district. So I guess my thought is, because this will go on and on, I don't know what direction is, but I think I heard that we're going to try to meet with the owners downtown and go from there. But let me be clear. The people who own these properties and have been in these properties, even when all the other properties got dismantled, they are concerned. Now you can say about for the populations down the road, but we have been in a bad situation as Black people. So we're not thinking down the road. We're trying to make it right now. So let's have that conversation, Kelly, whichever way you want to direct it.
I'd be glad to help organize. Any further input on this item? All right, I think Melissa, echoing what Andy provided, kind of the sooner you're able to organize that option, the better, just for the members of the public and certainly for folks here behind the rail. All right, moving on to item number 25 on your agenda. This is an item that's come through the Planning Commission, but at this point includes some prospective but not final code language. And I just want to begin the conversation giving an enormous shout out to members of the Planning Commission and absolutely planning staff, all of whom have done an enormous amount of work to take the charge of inclusionary zoning and affordable housing very seriously. And so there are a handful of topical areas that planning staff and planning commissioners evaluated, and Brad can talk about this a little bit more. There were 2 subcommittees that were created from the Planning Commission And what I asked Brad to do tonight is just walk us through the sort of high-level topical areas, and then as we wrap, before moving on to our final item prior to formal planning and zoning items, we can kind of get some sense of direction for moving ahead. So, Brad, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you and let you kind of walk through the chunks of this work that the Planning Commission and planning staff have been involved in.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. I think you covered the initial part of it really well. And I think first and foremost, it is important to reemphasize again that the members of the Planning Commission took this really, really seriously. Getting a charge like this from the mayor, they owned this one. I would like to say the staff had a lot of input and push behind them, but they did this work. I mean, we provided assistance when it came to process and procedure, but they were adamant when they formed their two committees that they wanted to be the ones to meet regularly and do the research and put together the recommendations. And so what you're seeing in the list of the 8 focus areas is largely the work of the members of that planning commission with just a little guidance from us. Now, what they are most interested in, and they realized that they took these areas to a point that they felt like it was important to hand it off to you as the elected body to see what you felt like you agreed with them on, what you felt like was priority, and therefore wanted them to continue working on it. And I think that's at that point, when you send them back these areas, that's where staff will get a little more involved, because we've got to take the information that you have received and work it into an ordinance. That's when you get into working with our attorney's office more than this is all very much planning-based research at this point. So kudos to the Planning Commission members, and they are very eager to continue to work on this as soon as you provide them some direction on the areas that you think are important. Now, having said that, they kind of took it in and broke it into 8 areas of focus: accessory dwelling units, reduction of minimum floor area requirements, inclusionary zoning, the missing middle in terms of housing, RS and RM minimum lot sizes and density issues, setbacks in new residential developments, single family grading ordinance, and then road interconnectivity. And some of these were certainly more complex than others, and I think it reads that way in their recommendations. Inclusionary zoning is a huge issue, but it really starts with really big policies that lie with, in their opinion, your group in terms of some decisions that need to be made. And I think they've done a good job of saying that we want to be a part of this, but there are areas that we don't feel like it is really our place to make those recommendations. It's more the elected body to do that. Some of them were a little more simple in terms of things like interconnectivity, where they looked at it, and when you read their report, they will pretty much tell you that we feel like the information that is currently in the ordinance will work. So it really runs the gamut, and I strongly encourage you. It's a lot of reading, but it was a lot of effort, and I would encourage you to read all of it. And they're anxious to continue to work on it. I think they would be very anxious to meet with you if the situation presented itself and talk about it themselves. The other thing they spent a lot of time on is that I think with all of these, with their focus being on affordable housing, they recognize that really the areas that are within their purview were they kept asking themselves the questions, what we're talking about, will this reduce development costs? I think they understood that it's, and in many, many ways, the market itself is going to dictate housing prices. But if we can consider things in an ordinance that would at least assist in reducing some of the development costs while not losing the overall community values, then that's what we feel like is important. So I say all that really to encourage you to read it all. We are here to provide you any assistance if you have questions, and I know the 10 members of your planning commission are eager to keep working on this and look forward to hearing back from you. And I'll leave it at that point. I don't want to take any credit for any of this. This was the work of the commission.
Thanks, Brad. And just to kind of, before getting into input, kind of to think about the end point when we meet on November 4th, my desire really will be for an ongoing charge for planning staff, the planning commission, and the attorney's office. Essentially the sort of thumbs up, thumbs down, or maybe some directional nuance around where to bring some of these. Some of them are kind of all or nothing, but some of them involve, some variety of approaches, say with moving into duplex opportunities in some single family zones, for example. So, Melissa, I saw your hand first. I'll get around to everybody.
Yeah, I'm excited to pour through this. I just gave it a quick look, but it's something I've been, looking forward to seeing for a while. So yeah, I'll definitely be going through it. So I have a question. Come November 3rd, when we vote, are we simply voting to accept this? Like, what's the next step as far as conversing with planning commission members about tweaking it and things like that?
So yeah, and I'll say a couple of words and then turn it over to Brad. I mean, I think we are at that point of tweakability. So nothing in here is final ordinance language. This is a report to accept, and then, in my mind, the next necessary step is for those things that we not only want to accept but to see advanced, to explicitly indicate those things that we want to see advanced, and with some. And with some flavor for maybe what we want to see as outcomes in the code sections. Again, because when you read the report, there's a little bit of choose your own adventure opportunity here.
So should we present those kind of, asks, those kind of recommendations for more information or to focus on certain areas upon voting on this in a couple weeks, or will there be a more formal opportunity to have that discussion?
I'd find that valuable in November, and Brad, definitely interested in your expertise and kind of thoughts about maybe formalizing this. I mean, if a joint meeting with the Planning Commission would be valuable, I'd certainly be glad to host that. I don't know what thoughts you have right now.
I think there are a couple, certainly any initial reactions that you have by November, they want to hear them. They recognize that a lot of these things are pretty high policy level, as you said, Mayor, kind of pick your own adventure on how to go with them. And so they're looking to you to say, one, from a priority standpoint, you've given us a lot of stuff here. Here are the things, there's enough work here for them to continue working on with our assistance for a couple years, probably, when you start getting into a lot of this. But what's of highest priority to you? Are there things in here that you have real concerns with, and then take it to that next step? I think it's also important to point out, some of the things in here are kind of a little bit cutting edge in terms of Athens for right now and what we're doing. And, the research has been done and the discussions and the committee meetings have been done all during a time where it's very difficult to get out into the communities. The introduction of duplexes, for example, into 3 of our 5 or 6 single family zones is a by right option. And they realize this too. You've got to get out in the communities. You got to make the Federation of Neighborhoods aware of that and get that community feedback too before we move forward with some of those. And they recognize it, and that's what they're looking to do.
Thanks, Brad. Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. And I can't commend the Planning Commission and staff enough for the thoroughness of this. I know we've been looking forward to it for a while, and I'm honestly just impressed with the level of depth and research and the thoroughness that's here. I definitely want us to have that conversation, possibly of figuring out ways for us to prioritize these policies in the similar way we talk about other things, because this is going to take a couple of years for them to be able to actually implement everything. And I think it would be good for us to kind of tier those things out, what we think should be tackled first. I was very pleased to see the approach of equity so established and how they tackled this. There was and I know that they did, some of the members supposedly went to a talk by Richard Rothstein, the author of Color of Law, and talked about some of the Planning Commission members read the book. and really kind of taking that historical perspective of how racial segregation was done so much through planning and zoning policy. And I just wanted to read a quick sentence from the document here, from the report, in which it says, once a racially segregated housing pattern is established by law, even race-neutral zoning policies will tend to maintain that pattern. And the racial and economic segregation of Athens neighborhoods has been maintained in recent decades by single-family zoning and other ostensibly race-neutral features of Athens zoning code. It goes through everything from minimum lot sizes, minimum square footage. A lot of the policies that we're talking about actually drastically changing here. And really the only approach to do this is an equitable style approach to make sure that we are actually passing, again, not race-neutral zoning policies, but truly equitable policies that will help reverse that damage that's been done, and that has led to the severe racial and class segregated neighborhoods that we have here in Athens. So very excited for us to jump into this, and again, just commend our staff and Planning Commission for the great job they've done.
Thanks, Tim. Allison.
Oh, thank you. This is so exciting. The amount of work, Mayor Gertz, do you remember the date of this assignment? I mean, this has been going under their subcommittee work for over a year?
It's been about 13 or 14 months.
Okay. All right. And remember, the infill ordinance was, I think, an 18-month one. And then this one is covering so many different areas. I agree with what's been said by the commissioners ahead of me, but what I don't agree with, and what I think, to pick up on a little bit that what Brad said, I don't think there's any way we can pass this quickly. I hope that we will, if I need to do a commission defined option, just maybe outline that we leave it to where it's in public realm to look at and comment on, which only happens if it's on an agenda. And then outline or learn what the steps would be. We have a lot of public input to do on this. And that's not going to happen between now and election day or voting day. But so I think the public input on this needs more time, whether we put a hold on it so it's old business and continues to be on the agenda for the outreach and input for the groups. Each of the groups that we would want to reach out to should be able to have a meeting or two where this is on their agenda, the community groups. But I'm very excited about the content that's coming forward, but it's a lot for us to process along with the other things, and in particular, the Downtown Historic District. Both of these are work session worthy topics, and they're both on the agenda without a work session, expecting us to vote in a couple weeks. And I think that's a lot. So I look forward to hearing what the other commissioners think about this great body of work and making sure we get the public input we need before we accept it.
One quick note I'd make, just so everybody's clear, what distinguishes this from the Western Downtown District is that this doesn't take any legislative action, in terms of new code text. So this is simply a report, and then future action would be required. But I do agree, I think, with the thematic bent of your comments, Commissioner Wright, in that we want this in front of the public very much, because it is going to take multiple views. I mean, heck, if you just took the component of this around inclusionary zoning and density bonuses, that alone is going to take, a fair bit of public interaction to make sure we get right in terms of code text. So I very much agree. We want this out there.
Exactly. And then the cottage housing development, I think also known as tiny homes, if that's what that is, again, getting involved in this enough that we're capturing the community's feedback. But I also appreciate learning, the process and the steps of us accepting it. And if we're accepting it as a report, but not as we're about to make it so, then making sure that's clear too, with the steps. So
I think the most you would really be in a position to do would be either to accept it or probably more even appropriate just to receive it formally that you have received their report and you're taking it under consideration and you want to continue to work on it.
Other input? Commissioner Thornton.
And I also want to commend the planning committee for such detailed work. No, I didn't get to read all of it. I got it kind of late, but I think that this step forward lets the community know that we're very serious about affordable housing in Athens, and we're putting together tools to make it happen. And I agree with Commissioner Wright, or even with Brad, about receiving this and just kind of sharing it and having meetings about it, because this is really huge. This is really huge. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we are going to move on to our last topic before we get to planning and zoning items. I'm going to take a quick break between this next item and planning and zoning. Just heads up for anybody who might need to be making a for the kitchen or any other room in your home. Intended for a week ago at our work session that we had some technical challenges with was discussion of tiering of the Sploss 2020 package. And so no action is required through this item, but we did want to have a conversation about the tiering broadly, and I'm going to come back to mention one of the projects, which is the affordable housing project, with some specific requests of you. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our capital projects director, Robert Cheshire, who I think you've met briefly. And for those of you who were at the work session last week, saw him in person. So Robert, go ahead and take it away.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. What I'm going to discuss tonight is establishing a tier funding schedule for the 2020 Splost project. So I'm going to share this with you. I promise I'll keep it brief. And some of this is going to seem elementary to some of you, but I think it's very important that we all start at the same reference point. So what is a tier funding schedule? I'm going to turn to it, and I'm going to come back to this in a minute, but this is what it's going to look like. It's going to be a spreadsheet. It's going to have the projected revenues across the top. It's going to have projects listed down the side with their estimated budgets. And then tonight, this is going to be a high view. So I'm not putting a lot of numbers in here, but you're going to notice real quick that there's a lot of red right here. So this is a spreadsheet that's going to help us identify in the 12 tiers that we have, which each one being a fiscal year, it's going to help us determine which projects and how much funding we have for those projects and help us prioritize those projects in the 12 fiscal years or the 12 tiers that we have. So again, I'm going to go into depth on that in just a second, and then I'll run through this fairly quickly. Again, we've hit everything there, other than the fact that the total of the 12 years, if you recall, that what was approved in the referendum was $314,303,300. So a lot of money and a lot of projects. So what are the reasons for establishing a tier funding schedule? It's really pretty simple. It's to prioritize those projects. It gives staff a roadmap. It gives us that map to determine not only do we have the funding, but what projects do we want to start in any given year, and when do we expect to complete those projects. Of course, it also, in this case, because we have 3 major projects, it will help us to identify the timing of the general obligation bonds, the loans, so that we can front load those projects and get those going a little bit quicker. And then, of course, it's going to give us, by doing it in a public setting, it gives us a transparency that I think we all expect and need. Sorry. So what's the process for doing this? Well, first we need to develop the annual revenue projections. We get those from the finance, and we've already got those, and you'll see them on the spreadsheet in just a second. And then we, of course, look at the desired project timelines and which year we want them in. Tonight is the draft tier funding that I'm giving you. Again, you're not going to see a lot of numbers in there. It'll make sense here in a second. And then it's going to give us that input that we need back from y'all. And then in November, in just a few weeks, we'll do a work session and we'll go and I'll input the numbers at that point. And then finally in December, you'll vote hopefully on the schedule. So what are some of the early tier funding needs? I sat down with most of the directors, especially those that had a lot of projects, and then some of the projects that we're working with on partners. And I want to commend all of them. I asked them up front to make a conscious effort to please distribute those projects across the 12 years as much as you can and put those projects that are absolutely needed in the early years. And again, I commend them. They did that. A couple cases, I went back to them twice and they did it again. And I really feel like what staff and the partners have presented is good. And it's based on reality and facts. And obviously we like to do all the projects up front, but you just can't. The money is not going to be there for all of those projects to be done that way. And I'll just give you an example of one of those early projects, Project 08, which is public safety vehicles and equipment replacement. It was my understanding that a lot of the general fund dollars were either reduced or maybe eliminated in some of the departments. So those projects, those replacement, that equipment replacement, vehicle replacements were moved over to Sploss. So we need to front load a few of those projects, especially one like this one that is a ladder truck and 3 fire engines. And those are expensive pieces of equipment that have a long lead time, sometimes up to a year or more. So that's why we want to talk about front loading those. And then you'll see this on the sheet in just a second on the spreadsheet is, of course, the projects 1, 2, and 3, and we've already issued the first bond in FY20. So you're going to see the debt service, you're going to see the Winterfield and Bogart, all of those are going to come off the top, as well as some of the annual funded. So let me get a little deeper on the spreadsheet. Again, what you have up here, you're seeing the debt service 1, 2, 3, and then you're seeing additional monies needed to fund those projects. And it says 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's really 1, 2, and 3, which of course is the space modernization, the affordable housing, and then also the arena at the Capitol, at the Classic Center. So off the top, and the way that I've illustrated there, and I hope it'll make sense to you, but these are, the fiscal year starting in really now 21, where we're at, all the way through 32. And this is where, between staff and myself, we've put these projects for now, but this evening and hopefully over the next maybe week, we'll get some input from y'all. I need that to determine, are there any of these projects that you absolutely want to see up front? And again, there's only so much money. So when we move something up front, especially if it's an expensive project, then it's gonna bump some others back. And again, so what you're seeing here is the red, and this in no form or fashion am I saying that this is balanced. I'm simply saying, based on staff, based on discussing with the partners, these are where they would like to see their projects. And I grouped them starting at the top. Again, debt service, and this particular spreadsheet is set up for the first bond, the general obligation bond that was already issued in FY20. Skips 21, and I'm showing the next number 2, the issue in the general obligation bond 2, and 3 occurring in 22 and 23. So really front loading those, because it's my understanding that Mayor and Commission would like to see those 3 projects done as soon as possible. And then the other projects, such as equipment replacement, like I mentioned a minute ago, and vehicle replacement, those have an annual funding source. You have Winterville and Bogart. Again, that's an annual amount that comes off. So really all of these up here come off the top, and then whatever's remaining drops down to these projects. So what I'm working with now on this high view is just hearing from you the prioritization of those projects that you absolutely want to see up front. And so where will we go after this? The final process will be, again, presenting this to you tonight. Then in November, we'll do a follow-up work session, then vote in December, hopefully. And then finally, what will follow this, and it really mirrors this spreadsheet, and that'll be the master implementation plan. So really what I'm looking for tonight is just a cursory response to what do you see as prioritizations that you'd like to see up front that maybe myself and staff and the partners have seen a little different. And again, I commend staff because they were very realistic in what we can do. And again, I don't have it balanced. So that's something that in the next few weeks that we'll be working on. So I'm open for questions. Yes, sir.
Thanks. I've only given it a cursory look, and it's really tiny on my screen.
I'm sorry about that.
No, you're fine. So the one thing I would say, I mean, I think, oops. Okay.
Does that help?
It does a little. Thank you. So the one thing I would say is that, I mean, overall, at first glance, this seems to be reasonable, but I would really like to see the East Side Library project moved up. You've got it starting in FY28. We all know that reading is an essential part of children's intellectual development. And the longer we push off having an East Side Library, for another 8 years, that's 8 years that children on the East Side do not have really good access to a library. So my own personal feeling is that the library is a little bit more important than some of the other projects that are listed as being done sooner. And I'm particularly here thinking about park improvements and where's the other one? The improvement to the zoo. I love animals as much as the next person, probably more. We've got a ton of them currently meowing and woofing downstairs waiting to get fed. But I do really think, given the importance of literacy for children and for intellectual development, I would really like to see the public library moved up a little bit.
Sure. And that's actually one that is probably one of the bigger challenges that we have, just because of the price that goes with that one, and to bump some of those other ones and some of the improvements. And I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just giving you a few of the facts on how we got to where we are at this point. But when it comes to Memorial Park and Bishop, those were more having to do with some safety issues with the dam and spillway at Memorial Park, and the pool issues at Bishop Park. So again, I'm not defending that. Just a little history and background there, but you can see the price tag with that one. And I agree with you. It's one that needs to be as close to the front as possible, but something up there, maybe even portions of 1, 2, and 3 will have to give to be able to balance this.
I'm going to agree with Andy. I think the library was one of the reasons that Sploss even passed. It was a game changer for the voters, and I think to push it back to 2028 will be very disheartening. The other thing, I've been meeting with some youth and same group that Commissioner Parker has been working with, and those young people they think that the East Side has been neglected over the years, and I'm going to be talking more about, so whatever we create or agree with, we got to keep in mind there are folk that we're creating for. And if young people think that there's no value in the East Side or they're left out, I think we're sending the wrong message. So I'm going to agree with Andy. Whatever we need to do on the East Side, I think we should do it. And any project this list, I'm usually advocating for my district, but any project on this list that is related to the East Side, I think the East Side should be our top priority. Unfortunately, my area really was not on the list of projects. So I'm supporting anything on the East Side gets our first attention. They're long overdue.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I love Commissioner Thornton. I really do, and I would like to echo her. Just for a tidbit for the edification of the public and
What about me? No love for me, Patrick?
and love for Harry as well. I'm sorry. But like we've been talking about this Eastside Library for years. You know, like the community, the public, commissioners. So like, you know, I was a little disheartened to see that year FY28, like, you know, why, but I understand why it is. But if we really care about our community, Eastside or not, and if we really care about our mission statements, you know, prosperity and all that stuff, but if we really care about our community, we need to make sure that, you know, day one, we start investing in our youth. So they are our future. We need to start investing in that Eastside Library.
Sure. And I don't disagree. Again, I think what you'll see at the work session in November are some pretty tough decisions that we're going to have to make, is that I would look to the elected officials to give us that guidance on what can back out and what can move out. Because really, when you move them, you have to move them more so than just the middle. Most of the time, if you're taking something, if you're moving it back, it's got to go really toward the end, because this has to be distributed evenly, or you'll see you hit red marks in that middle. So those comments are well taken.
I have similar feelings about the East Side Library. You know, I agree that should be a prioritized project, and I kind of wonder if some of these other high dollar projects that are at the top, because they do have, you know, some real timely improvements needed. I wonder if if there's some phasing to them.
Oh, yes. That's
like Memorial and Bishop Park. If you could have a phase 1 to take care of the really urgent needs, and a phase 2 that could drop it further down. And I also have some questions about the airport project. That's a high dollar project, and I'm wondering how prioritized that needs to be, and if that could be phased as well.
right. You'll see some of the numbers when I present them in November that are going to show even those that, I'll give you an example. You know, renewable energy, again, very important, but you're going to see that although they go across all of the years, there may either be gaps in between, or there may be, it's front loaded, but it won't be the higher numbers until we get maybe to the middle and then higher at the end. So we can distribute it. We can do it, but we distribute it a little bit. And then as far as the airport, that typically has to follow a 5-year capital improvement program. So I'm not saying that those are absolutely set. But myself and the airport manager discussed those items, and those are set so that they meet the GDOT requirements. But again, we'll look at all of that. Good questions.
See, Mariah and Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be remiss not to add my voice to the chorus of those advocating for the East Side Library, though I do feel the point has been made. Mayor Gertz and Commissioner Davenport were in a meeting with me recently where residents of the East Side expressed their frustration with the Sploss application process. I know there were some barriers for folks that aren't aware of the technical processes by which they could put forth projects for their areas, and as such, there was a sense that they got a little left out of this. And so I think making sure that they realize that, you know, we matter too, especially our youth who have sacrificed a lot through this pandemic, and who I believe will be feeling the impacts of this educationally and socially for years to come, making sure that we can bridge that gap and some of those lost opportunities in the near-term future by figuring out ways, perhaps as Commissioner Link identified, and phasing some of these other projects, particularly, I would echo interest particularly in seeing how we could phase the airport projects, perhaps the public safety vehicle and equipment replacement projects, to make room for us to start development on the East Side Library a bit sooner. That would be great. I look forward to hearing about how we can make it happen.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good points.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all going to be on the same bandwagon here, but definitely East Side Library. To me, the two most important projects from the general public, the entire public, that I've heard are the East Side Library and the broadband. Those are the two that people across the community. Those are the two projects that people turned out to vote for Sploss. That's really what feeling I had, and so I really feel like those two must be prioritized. And I understand the difficulty in that we have these other more maybe somewhat bureaucratic priorities, which we understand, but they're not as high priorities to the general public. And I mean, echoing what Commissioner Thornton said, I mean, I would even be willing to see some of the stuff in my district kind of get pushed back behind the Eastside Library, something like the Holland Youth Sports Complex, which I'm looking forward to those things happening and they need to happen, but I definitely see the Eastside Library as being a higher priority there. And just for clarification also, so on the graph here, if I'm reading it correctly, the Eastside Library actually wouldn't be done until FY31. Is that correct?
That's right.
So 11 years from now, not even 8 years. They wouldn't start it for 8 years, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's taken into account the design, property acquisition, and then doing construction probably over a couple of years.
Right. And so, I mean, we're talking first graders right now who are in first grade possibly will never get to use that library if they're off to college already. And to me, I think is, you know, even if honestly, I would say this, like I will say now that I somewhat regret us not including this in the debt service package when we discussed it earlier. I think we obviously should have. And I am even willing for us to look into if we could take out another bond for us to actually include the Eastside Library, just to make sure that it's prioritized. And I feel like that we're being honest to the voters who passed this Sploss package.
Okay.
So all good input, I think, provides Robert and staff some basis for beginning to kind of finesse this chart as they come to us in the next work session.
And if I could, Mayor, too. So, and again, Robert has taken some, input, and certainly yours is very important. And so this is just a draft, and this is great feedback. And if I could characterize this, the big three projects, the North Downtown Athens or Bethel transformation, the Classic Center Arena, and the facilities modernization, which involves the first step of building a Judicial Center, were the recipients of the bonds that were floated back in February. And we only borrowed as much as we thought we needed, and we're trying not to borrow until we need more. Robert's draft here involves 3 borrowings or bond issuance to support those big 3 projects. And if I can just help you understand this in 1 minute, the more that you put at the front, the less you're going to have in the middle and the more at the back. And so there's a real disparity. If you could equitably distribute across each year an equal amount, that would be ideal. The more that you fast forward into the front of the program, the more that's going to have to get pushed to the very back. And that's just because when the collections come in for the year, the very first thing you need to do is pay your debt service. So you've borrowed money, there's funds that are due. And then, of course, we have Bogart and Winterville, and then some of the capital projects, which, we were intending to supplement those along the way. So those all have to be paid first out of collections, and then you have what's left. And the more that we borrow, the less you can do with the leftover collections because you're having to pay more debt service. So I hope that's of some help to you.
Could I add one thing real quick, and I think it might help? Is that okay, Mayor?
Yes.
In addition, and I didn't clarify this good, where it says additional monies needed to fully fund projects, in this case 1, 2, and 3, even if we issue the second and the third bonds, that $127 million, which was approved in the referendum, doesn't cover the estimated budget of those 3 projects. So that's where you see an additional roughly $30 million that has to come off the top. It's squeezed in, and I squeezed it into FY27, which is probably realistic, because keep in mind that the Judicial Center comes, but then the renovation of the old courthouse comes. So that's an additional $30 million in addition to the debt service that has to come off the top. So again, it's just very challenging, and those are big numbers.
Allison?
Thank you, Mayor Gertz. Hi, Robert. I don't think we've had a chance to speak. I appreciate the presentation. I'm glad that we got that emailed to us so we can zoom in. I agree with what's been said ahead of my turn. I'm aligned with Commissioner Denson on the broadband also being added up at the top. I think that if the arena goes forward ahead without the library being really close with it, we will be run out of town. It'll be challenges for people who come up for reelection to see those. Although the great things that are happening to the Bethel development is also a top priority, but the library, I think the sooner that starts moving forward, we will have the opportunity to do the site selection. And once that's made, while the other things are coming along, that's going to determine if we're teaming up with the school district, cost difference of private site. So that's going to make a big difference in that. And then tonight we already learned about issues with supply and construction costs. So I think that if we continue to have the diversity of the topics in the tiers, I believe there might even be a chart that happened while we were doing this Sploss 2020 considerations. I think they were categorized like the stuff that people really don't think of as special, this equipment and vehicle stuff, as well as recreation, as well as the general public. Like the general public is going to benefit from the library. People who can pay tickets are going to be benefiting from the arena, as well as the job opportunities from that. So if we can find that chart and make sure that that's current for all of us as we look at the tiers, it'll help us with the categories. I do agree that the parks need to be addressed, but I think it's more the critical ones. Everybody remembers how sad and bad the bear situation is, but if the park improvements can be based on safety and well-being of the people with it, as well as the animals, versus something that's less critical, because there could be an issue, and that's why they're on here, if they have to move up because of an issue in the safety versus just an improvement in our expansion. So that's the feedback I wanted to add with everything else. But
and I believe I have that spreadsheet that has them grouped. I did this tonight just for a different reason, so you could kind of see what was in the front and the back, but I have that other spreadsheet, and I'll have it in November.
Okay, for the work session, good. Because we need to, we've been through a lot since we went through all this. So thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Any other feedback?
I'm going to jump in because I don't know.
Great, Avita.
I'm going to jump in a little bit because I want to ditto Commissioner Denson about the broadband. I know Robert wasn't here with the whole Sploss process, but it was very uncomfortable for a while, and I do know the issues that I want to support Sploss, but did because of the public benefit with broadband and the library. So I just want to ditto it again, that those two, I would like, whatever you have to do to make the numbers work, I'm sure there's a way, that those would be the top priorities, in my opinion, also.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Avita.
There is a way.
Anything else on the chart before I get into kind of one particular item here on Sploss?
Yeah,
take a break.
Just one quick question and a comment. Just Mr. Cheshire is going to be an interesting November, so be prepared when you do. But excuse me, you have I do want to echo my fellow commissioner about broadband and the Eastside Library. But you had mentioned $30 million needed. I don't see that on the chart. Can you just briefly go over that again?
Sure. The bonds, even if all three bonds are issued, that would be $127 million. So I don't have the totals. I don't have those listed for 1, 2, and 3, but their totals are closer, if the estimates are correct, to about $157 million. So that other $30 million is just coming out of the revenues or another loan beyond the general obligation bonds. But as the manager said, every loan comes with it immediate payback of the principal as well as the interest spread out over the years, of course, but it starts kicking in immediately. So,
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good question. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Patrick. All right, one particular project that was in 2020 that obviously we've done a lot of work on is the Affordable Housing Fund. And you remember that this was $44.5 million that was approved by voters and obviously approved by you as well. And about 39 million and change is going to the North Downtown project. And so that leaves in the ballpark of $5 million that will remain in that fund. Really, I want to ask a couple things. I mean, one is to make just an explicit pitch, but then dive into that a little bit more. So we're spending an enormous amount of money from that Sploss package on a primarily rental product. There's possibility of some condominium activity or other things in North Downtown, but it's primarily going to be rental. What I'm proposing and what I'm promoting is that the additional $5 million be spent on for sale owned product in the affordable realm, given that we know how important it is to build equity and use that as leverage for future generations as well as for just lots of life opportunities that come with that. So I wanted to confirm that that was of interest to the commission first before I kind of get into the next piece of that. So is everybody comfortable conceptually with the rest of the funds being prioritized for home ownership rather than a primarily rental product as with Bethel?
I would like to see some small amount of that remaining amount prioritized to address our homeless issues. I've been advocating for designated encampments. I mean, this doesn't have to be a high dollar amount, but just something to deal with that transient period before we can get folks to more permanent housing. A lot of other communities are doing this. They are, doing little shed communities and designated encampments where there's at least facilities for these folks. And we've seen a lot of encampments displaced in recent years. And I feel like this is an immediate need, and it's not a high dollar project. If we could just find some appropriate property and install some basic facilities and trash pickup, and maybe even shed communities, which is something that is being done in, they're kind of like mini tiny houses. But I really feel like we need to designate some portion of that remaining housing funding towards alleviating our very dire homelessness issue in Athens.
Allison.
I was interested in learning how some of this money could help us with our aging multifamily inventory. So it could be if you've got an idea forward for single family residents. I feel like we have talked often about how to encourage the modernization or improvement, the quality of affordable housing in our aging multifamily units. So that area is of importance to me, but it could be that I also need to be brought up to speed about what we have as incentives and ways for private property owners to improve those multi-housing things. But that's a category that is important to me.
One of the things that I'll always have to mention, kind of in this setting as well as to members of the public around Sploss is, remember, Sploss has to pay for public infrastructure. So, if something is privately owned, we can't pay for that. So in North Downtown, it's paying for that horizontal infrastructure, ownership of the property by the Athens Housing Authority. It'll be paying for some streets, some drainage, some water and sewer connections. And so in the context of aging multifamily, there may be some opportunities for things like water and sewer upgrades or stormwater facilities that are publicly owned. But remember, that public component is the necessary legal framework for any Sploss activity.
That's an important update for me on this topic. Thanks for the reminder.
And then just thinking about that in the context of any home ownership support or rental support for that matter, I mean, among the things that it Sploss can purchase is land if it's going to be publicly owned land. We do have a land bank authority that's been somewhat inactive that I'd like to see reinvigorated. I mean, among the prospects are saying, let's go into an area like East Athens, and for many of those lots where there used to be homes that might have burned or fallen into the ground, we could buy those, and the land bank could collaborate with an entity like the Housing Authority or like the Land Trust or like Habitat, and have the land be publicly owned. Those Splost funds could, again, pay for any of those public amenities, sidewalk, water and sewer connections. And so if we were in a collaborative environment with a developer, kind of much like we were discussing a few minutes ago with Brad, we could pay with those Splost funds for some of the water and sewer connections for a new neighborhood if there was going to be some proportion of that neighborhood that was going to be permanently affordable. So those are all opportunities as well. So definitely interested in hearing any other thoughts you have now, and we can follow up in November at the work session too. Yeah, Tim.
I guess like as
I want to put out. Oh, okay. Go for it.
Okay. As you put, like, conceptually, I thought, I could be on board, but I know going back to a number of the housing studies that we've had, the GIC study, along with I can't remember the other one that we had around the same time, and even going back to the workforce housing study, I mean, shows that definitely the largest need that we have is for affordable rental. If I remember, I know the GIC study, at least, that was the recommendation. So I guess to me, it would really be a measuring and a weighing of the of how far that money can go, how many people we're going to be able to help, and to what level. I mean, I know that what we're doing on the north downtown area is going to be helpful with the rentals, but it's not going to definitely going to put dent in the issue that we're really facing there. So I would really want us to be able to study out first and foremost and see what is the best bang for our buck with that remaining money there. Because my understanding of it seems more that the rental would be able to help more people, maybe not build wealth, but possibly put them in a more stable situation where they could in the future build wealth. But to me, it seems if we're following the data kind of way, it seems that the rentals is a bigger priority that we need to be tackling than home ownership.
And again, this isn't all or nothing. We could certainly do multiple things. Other thoughts at this point, and again, we'll follow up the work session. Andy?
I just had, God, man, I can't get in here.
Go ahead, Avita.
So I'm gonna go backwards now, based on what Commissioner Denson brought up. During the presentations last week with Bethel, a couple of stickers said they do want Bethel to get help create generational wealth. And one of the things I think, if we had at our disposal, everybody does not want to live in public housing forever, no matter how nice it is. Everybody doesn't want a home, a single family home. Those people who do want to move on to move from public housing or Section 8 housing, if we were able to create a pathway from those homes to home ownership, a process that you'll always have people who need rental housing. So I think one of the things I would like for us to think about, how do we create those pathways, and what does that mean? So when people move on, those waiting lists get filled because you got people waiting to go back into the Section 8 or public housing situation. The other thing I would, and I heard what you said about it's for the Sploss is for the public, but we have a lot of churches that have a lot of parking space. They might be small in numbers, but how can we work with some of our faith-based groups to turn those parking spaces for duplexes or triplex? I get it. I know, but there has to be a way or a thoughtful way that we create housing and help our churches even be sustainable. So those are the two things I would like for us to just put on our calendar: a pathway from Section 8 Section 8 public housing to home ownership, affordable housing, and how can we work our churches with some of the churches. And there's one church that really has 3 lots. And when you go into that church, it's about 26 people in there at the most. So this could be a real revenue generator. It definitely is thinking out the box. And I know that this would have to take some legal direction, but I think it's a good way for us to work with our faith-based organizations also.
I'd encourage you definitely, Avita, to planning staff on the question of property subdivision. If there was going to be some kind of opportunity with some church-owned property, they could probably talk a little bit more about the nuances of the zoning categories that those churches might be in. Andy.
Thanks. I was going to say that I agree with what Commissioner Danson said. I mean, I think a lot of, and I don't necessarily have an issue with what you're proposing, Mr. Mayor, but I think whatever we do with that $5 million really needs to be driven by what the GIC and the other reports have done, have told us, are our biggest, where we have the biggest need. But I'd also just want to kind of reiterate what Commissioner Wright said. We've talked on and off about the situation with some of our deteriorating multifamily apartment complexes that are now hitting, 50 years of age. A lot of them some of them are inside the loop. A lot of them are outside the loop because of the way that Athens grew in the 60s and the 70s. And so, I mean, I think the only way that they get redeveloped is through some kind of public-private partnership. So I understand that with Sploss dollars, the county has to own the dirt. But maybe there's a way to turn that $5 million into $10 million if we could partner with somebody.
All right. And again, we'll follow up in November with some more conversation, but just wanted to plant that seed. Let's go ahead now. It is 9:41 on my clock. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come and do planning, zoning, and the executive session. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here for the October agenda setting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission, and we're going to discuss planning and zoning items that are scheduled for a vote on Tuesday, November 3rd, coming up. I think we've got 3 property items and 2 text amendments, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Planning Director Brad Griffin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First item tonight is a plan development request at 498 Little Oak Street. This is to go from single-family RS5 in the airport overlay to a single-family RS5 airport overlay plan development. The purpose of this PD, as you will see, it looks very, very simple. It is all based on being within that airport approach zone and the ability to subdivide properties that are smaller than an acre in size. That is driving the need to request the plan development. As I just said, it is compatible with underlying zoning. As you'll see in just a minute, the 2 lots that are being created are really compatible in size with surrounding properties. No change required to the future land use. And here's the property right here on Little Oak. I believe that's the corner of Winterville and Dublin. And just to the north of it, if you can see my cursor, I think generally this was the area where the Cottage Court plan development was approved, probably going on a year ago now, or several months ago. But that's the subject property. As you see, currently zoned RS5, existing conditions and proximity to the Firefly Trail. And the request is really just to subdivide it into 2 lots, both of which are in excess of the required minimum 5,000 square feet. Purpose being to build 2 single-family houses. I believe this went through probably 3 iterations with the Planning Commission before they recommended approval. There was some reduction in parking. They were trying to really kind of stretch the applicant to build something that was a little more in keeping of what looked like just a moderate-sized single-family home. Elevations and a couple of drawings on the bottom of what ultimately was approved by the Planning Commission. And the recommendation, the Airport Authority reviewed this and recommended approval of the development of the 2 lots, as did the Planning Commission. Condition 1's a little bit unique and not one that you normally see from us, but under stormwater management and this coming through together as 2 lots, they view it as a project. Therefore, if it exceeds a total of 5,000 square feet of impervious area between the 2 lots, then it kicks in some stormwater management requirements that could get really, really expensive for the applicant and property owner. They're only within about 200 square feet now over, and so we just wanted to make sure we built in the flexibility for them that, if you can remove a couple hundred square feet of concrete, whether it be in the driveway or a sidewalk or something that is on the property, not the public sidewalk, it's going to get you out of doing an extensive amount of stormwater management on the site. And we want to make sure you had that ability as part of the PD. And then they're required to provide a final plat to divide the lots. And with that concludes the Planning Commission recommendation, which was a unanimous vote to approve.
Thanks, Brad. I think it's in Commissioner Parker's district.
Yes, it is. The first question is, if I'm remembering correctly, is there a building on this property currently that needs to be demolished?
I do not think so, Commissioner. I can go back real quick and
That in the corner over here.
Yeah, so that's on the next lot.
On the next lot, okay, because I could see it in my mind that there was a building there. I wasn't sure if it's on this lot or that lot. That's good to know. And then I remember seeing in the agenda report there were some considerations for why a plan development here was good for the neighborhood. If there were some sort of concessions made that would be good for the surrounding neighbors, if you could speak to those, if you didn't mention that already.
Sure. Basically what the PD does for the neighbors is it gives them assurance that what the applicant is showing is what will be built all the way down to the actual house. There was that agreement for him to install sidewalk along at least his frontage of the property, which under normal conditions would not be required, but was able to be picked up as part of the plan development. That's probably the two biggest things is assurance of what would be built, and then there was some sidewalk built as well.
The sidewalk would be along the Little Oak Street frontage?
Yes, and turn the corner just on that little bit of limited frontage coming up Dublin here.
Dublin, okay. And then I think the plan development there for Dublin Street, they're going to have some sidewalk there, so that'll be good.
It'll pick it up again probably right here. I think it jumps this lot and then would continue on.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any real concerns with this. I think that, as this neighborhood continues to develop, looking at ways we can increase density to just, create more housing opportunities for folks that live there and folks that are incoming is a fine idea. So I'll be talking to the folks on Little Oak Street. I think that, recently there was another plan development that came forward on the street that folks were pretty vocally opposed to. And so I'm sure that hearing about more plans coming forward for this area, while it may not surprise them, there may be some questions. And so looking forward to having some of those conversations and sort of explaining what we're dealing with here. But at this time, I don't have any issue with this.
Any other input on this item? All right. Next item, number 28, concerns 398 South Millage Avenue. This is in District 3.
Okay. 398 South Millage Avenue is a master plan development in the commercial office Millage Avenue corridor overlay to allow the expansion of an existing sorority at the location. Existing property is about 3/4 of an acre, currently contains a sorority use in the existing structure. There was a special use originally submitted for the addition based on the percentage of addition as compared to the existing facility. They ultimately came back between the special use review, and there was a table, and opted to pursue a plan development instead. There were a number of waivers that they're asking for, largely dealing with existing conditions and parking. You see them listed here on the screen. No change to the mixed density residential future land use required, and if approved, it does become a binding application, report, plan, and elevations. You see the property here. Existing conditions, the proposal is to expand to the rear. And I'll show you that in just a second. Commercial office zoning, property is the blue to the rear is the campus of Clarke Central High School. So you see the building there on the screen. The right side, which is a lighter shade of gray, is existing. That darker gray to the rear is the proposed addition, which would include a new dining area for the facility as well as some upstairs bedrooms. Ultimately, I think there are 17 residents in the house now, and they're wanting to go up to a total of 30. So it's not a significant increase in their 24/7 population. What this does with the addition in order to get the dining facility and the additional bedrooms is it really messed up the existing parking that you see there. I mean, the site's almost 100% paved in the rear now. It required them to get a little bit creative, try to do the best they could getting in around the building with a driveway that, to the extent possible, can accommodate two-way traffic and backing of vehicles out of parking. But the waivers that they've asked for here are very similar to, for those of you that were on the commission a few years ago, the Alpha Phi sorority, kind of right across the street from this one, that did the expansion, and they had the parking in the back, and asked for some design waivers with regard to stall widths and depths and some aisle widths. And we were a little bit uncomfortable with that one at first. I think we ultimately landed at a comfort level based on the fact that, unlike a general retail parking lot where at any given time there are different cars in and out of there, in the case of a sorority house like this, these are the same 30 individuals that are coming and going every day and parking in those spaces, and they're aware of the restrictions on them. We ultimately approved the sorority across the street with many of these same waivers with regard to parking design. You see here some proposed elevations of the existing. They're proposing to do a lot of work to the existing structure as well to bring it back to some of its original status, and then the addition you see there to the back. I put this in here to show you existing conditions, but probably the one I wanted to point out the most was this is what we're dealing with in terms of that driveway to get around to the back down in the bottom left corner. And they are certainly making improvements as part of this PD. It's still narrow, but much improved of what we have currently. There again, you see the waivers that we've talked about just a little bit. Planning Commission ultimately held this through one cycle because they did not have enough parking on site to accommodate at a minimum all of the girls that lived in the house. And then part of their function of wanting to build the dining room while they still hold chapter meetings off site, they did want to make meals, dinners available to all of the chapter members during the week, but they had no parking. And in this location, it's really, there's no close by proximity parking for the girls to use. There is bus service. But so the Planning Commission asked for them to go look and seek some other options, and they were able to work with Clarke Central to come up with an agreement to use their parking lot in the evenings for the girls to come and eat dinner when they want to. So ultimately, Planning Commission is recommending this be approved. The really only one condition now, that offsite parking agreement, we just need the final version of it provided for us in accordance with 930-8, which tells how it's to be recorded. The second condition dealt with tree management plan in the front. There were a couple of trees that were a little bit of question, but they have met that condition between the Planning Commission recommendation and your submittal. So your ordinance with this at your November meeting will only have one condition as noted regarding the parking agreement. And that concludes the staff presentation. Unanimous vote by the Planning Commission.
Thanks, Brad. Melissa?
Yeah, so this is the property that went through the HPC and was somewhat contentious because of the addition being so large, nearly as large as the original historic house itself. It was challenged, and I do have issues with it. I would much rather see these kind of projects be a second structure built towards the back of the property rather than, giant additions. But that's already passed. So you're telling us that instead of going through the special use permit process, which is typical of a sorority or a fraternity house, they opted to ask for a PD where they could get all these waivers. And it wasn't just to get the allowance for a sorority or fraternity house, but it was because of these additional waivers, these parking and stuff.
Yes. The way the ordinance is written right now, that even if you have an existing sorority or fraternity use on a site, if sorority A moves out and a new one moves in, that's completely allowable. If they move in and they want to do a very moderate addition to the house, less than 40% of the total, they can do that by right. Once they go over a 40% expansion, then it calls for a special use permit. Even if they need no other waivers, they meet all of the requirements, it would go through special use. In this case, in part, the decision to move to the plan development was the number of waivers. And instead of trying through the variance process, because special use, you grant variances technically under our ordinance, and thereby then you follow state law on the 5 criteria for each one of them. And some of them were very difficult to, on their face to support through the traditional variance process. Oftentimes much easier through the PD. And that's the option they decided to go through.
So, my concern here, and I'm just speaking like theoretically into the future, I really question the future use of these properties if and when there comes a day when sororities and fraternities no longer exist. I think we've learned a lot of lessons through this pandemic about the future of higher education and people possibly not even having to move to a new town to go to college, and also the really classist system of the Greek system. And so I wonder, I'm just thinking out loud, I hope we could return to our code and set some greater guidelines for expansion of these properties where they have more varied opportunities for future adaptive reuse. Like when you have a big, giant old house and you add an addition onto it that's just as big, there's not much adaptive reuse you can do other than that kind of communal living of 2 or 3, 4 dozen people. I'd really like to see us encourage additions onto these properties be actually separate buildings, so they're more like the apartment buildings in the area where you have smaller buildings with several apartments. So there is greater opportunity for future use. I know that's not part of the rules right now, but I'm just throwing that out there. I think we need to really think long term and think about where this culture is going and what the future of higher education looks like. And, since that kind of, rules our community, I think we need to take a look at it. I mean, we took a look at this we were presented with this report from the Planning Commission. I think that this is one of those considerations we need to look at too. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thanks, Melissa. Other input?
Yeah, I had something real quick, Mayor.
Yeah.
Stay on that picture, Mr. Griffin. Thanks. I guess after looking through that document that the Planning Commission prepared for us about design guidelines and infill development, I mean, it seems like one of the tenets, if we were to apply that here, maybe following on what Commissioner Link is saying, you would separate that building, that newly proposed building, and maybe put the parking in between and have it be a separate structure. Is that what you're suggesting, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, that's what I would much rather see, expansions of these properties as well as in single family neighborhoods have an additional structure. So it kind of increases the variety of its adaptive reuse.
Okay. So instead of adding on and creating one superstructure, create 2 separate structures so you'd have versatility down the road.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds intriguing to me. It might be something we should, adopt as part of our design guidelines for some of these houses here, because I know that Alpha Phi, it was connected, but it was connected through like a glass vestibule, but it was a separate building. But this one looks just straight up attached to it. They're going to have a common wall.
Yeah. I mean, and aesthetically, it almost overwhelms the original structure, which is a really unique grand old home. And I feel like, it's a detriment to. I am surprised that the HPC let it fly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is hard to imagine how that might be adaptively reused if it wasn't a Greek life house. I mean,
exactly.
Maybe
what else could it possibly be?
Maybe a homeless day center or something like that.
All right. Anyone else? Allison?
I think that I recall when this came before us before, and you can see the area connecting the two. Part of that was security was the reason why they didn't have them totally disconnected, so that the residential unit and the need to be in both buildings, you weren't having to, the students or the sorority residents weren't going outside just to go back in the other part of it. So that it does have that breezeway similar to the one across the street with it.
I agree. I mean, looking at that side elevation, the massing does seem separate to me, Commissioner Link. That looks pretty tasteful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
And I would think these houses, we saw the one that was an infill. Remember the infill house that is closer to 5 Points, and it is larger than a sorority or the fraternity house with its original guest house was what was there. So, so if there was this idea of adaptive reuse, there are residents who are having houses and then their guest house is anyway. We're supposed to be making judgment, or judging and assessing what is in front of us for right now.
Because there's no contextual renderings required for for the HPC. They have no ability to really gauge the scale in comparison to the other, without really going out there and floating a balloon, I guess. And that's one of those things I'd like to see us also tweak, is to require contextual renderings in our historic districts, because now the technology, it's so easy to do. You just slip it into a photo.
Well, due to the fact it's 10:15 and we still have an executive session, I was just comment on what's in front of us. And
let's go to the next thing.
All right. Any further discussion of this before we move on? All right. Final property item is a special use at 1060 Hull Road for a family personal care home. So go ahead, Brad.
Okay. As the mayor said, the special use request, this is a family personal care home, which is at 6 individuals. It's in the commercial general zoning district. As I've mentioned, 6 clients. It's an existing house. It is to remain. No variances requested. No change to the future land use. And with the special use, if approved, plans become binding for the use. Oddly enough, with this one, if they would have gone to 7 clients, it becomes a by right use, and they do not have to go through this process. The trade-off there was the 7th client, from a building code and a life safety code standpoint for this type of use, kicked in an excessive amount of modifications and renovations to the house that they would have had to met. So it was, even though it was a permitted use, this seemed to be the better way for them to go with it. And the special use permit does not in any way affect their ability down the road to change the use if they so desire, unlike a planned development. You see the property here along Hall Road, just kind of southwest of the Voiles Road intersection. Currently zoned commercial general. You see the survey here. Just for context, for those of you that don't travel this road regularly, Kroger's right here off the left side of the aerial. So it's just out past the Kroger, going towards Hull and Culver. This is the existing house, front elevation, rear elevation, and they show this because this would be the primary handicap accessible access to get in and out of the facility. And Planning Commission recommendation is to approve, noting that there would be no noticeable change to the property, limited trip generation, and it's an interior only conversion of the existing house. In this particular case, they did not feel like this type of a special use would also cause any type of negative impacts on adjacent commercial uses. So they're recommending approval, and it was a unanimous vote.
Thanks, Brad. Ovita, this is over in your District 9.
Yes, I actually spoke to the owner. I think this is going to be a good asset to District 9. Brad, one thing, I did drive by there. The only thing I can think of that bothered me a little bit, there was no sidewalks in that. Am I right?
I believe you are correct. Yes, I do not think there are sidewalks along that section of Hall Road currently.
Yeah, that bothers me. But maybe as we move through, go through more development, I support this 100%. I think that there is some room to make improvements like sidewalks.
Thanks, Avita. Any other input on this one? All right, we've got a couple of text amendments.
We do, and I do not have any presentation for those. Two text amendments. Interestingly enough, both of these are products of the work that you saw earlier this evening. There were a couple of items that the Planning Commission identified in their work on the inclusionary charge that they felt like were items that could be immediately sent forward that would address issues that they had some concerns with on one. And then on the first one, which is dealing with RS zoning building setback standards, they really viewed this as something that would perhaps prompt some reductions in development costs for new neighborhoods that were being built. So we'll talk about that one first. This is a text amendment regarding RS zone building setback standards. Basically what this does is it eliminates a portion of the infill standards that were adopted 2.5 years ago. When we adopted those standards, they were really largely developed to protect infill properties, but we applied them across the board throughout the RS zone. So the only exception were for subdivisions that would have been developed under current code between the years 2000 and 2017, I believe, that were put on small lots. Anything else, including new neighborhoods that are platted and built today, would be required to follow these additional standards with the sliding side and rear yard setbacks for heights. And they felt like that while still totally applicable on the in-town lots or in older neighborhoods for infill, those infill standards that a new neighborhood being built today should be afforded the ability to just have set standard setbacks. So that's effectively what it does. So if you're in a neighborhood that was platted since the year 2000, it would follow base setbacks as noted in these regulations. If you had a lot in Kingswood, even though it is still a major subdivision because of its age, if there was a vacant lot or a lot subdivided in the Kingswood subdivision, it would have to follow still those more stringent infill standards. So only new neighborhoods. And they felt like this may afford some flexibility and help reduce some development costs on our residential properties. So that was a unanimous recommended approval from the Planning Commission.
All right, thanks, Brad. Any questions about that, Melissa?
Yeah, I think this makes sense. When you're buying in a new neighborhood, you know what you're getting into. I think that the infill setback requirements were developed because people were living in neighborhoods for years and decades, and all of a sudden somebody knocked down the house next to them and built a McMansion that overshadowed their whole backyard or whatever. So, yeah, I think this makes total sense.
Any other questions about that? All right, one more.
And this is, again, a result of the work of your Planning Commission. This is a text amendment in our RM zone regarding bedroom density for lots of record. 10 years ago, it's actually in December of 2010, you approved, based on our recommendation, an amendment in the RM zone to place a bedroom restriction on new lots created in RM. The purpose of this was we were seeing larger properties that under multifamily standards, you got 16 bedrooms an acre, for example, in RM1. You could also take that same property and divide it into 8 or 10 lots and then put a 4-bedroom house on each one of the lots, because now they're considered single family. They're not multifamily anymore. And there was no bedroom restriction for single family in RM. And now you're netting 35 or 40 beds an acre off of it instead of 16. And so what we said was that if you've got if you create a new lot after 2010, your bedroom allowance for the house you build on it still has to meet the bedroom density of the underlying zone, whether it be 16 or 24 for RM1 or RM2. If you've got an existing lot of record that was in place prior to 2010, everybody gets the right to build a 3-bedroom house on an existing lot. And that was the thinking 10 years ago. What we're seeing now is that there are still some really small lots out there with little small houses on them that, are being looked at and opportunity seen for the ability to tear down perhaps a 2-bedroom cottage on a 3,000 square foot lot, because we get at least 3 bedrooms for a new construction, regardless of the size of the lot. So what the Planning Commission is recommending you consider is to amend that language and say for any lots prior to the 2010 still, if you're still an existing legal lot of record, meaning 5,000 square feet, then you still get the 3 bedrooms. But if you existed prior to 2010 and you're also legal non-conforming in that you don't meet minimum lot size, you get a maximum of 2. And I think part of the thinking on that one is to try to encourage some renovation of some of these really small houses on really small in-town lots instead of tear downs for new 3s. So a little different approach, but they recommend that you go ahead and approve that, and their vote was unanimous.
All right, Melissa.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this text amendment, because this has been an issue in some of the older neighborhoods in my district for a while. I know it's an issue in East Athens as well, where you have older neighborhood where people built little shotgun shacks on tiny little lots, often lots that were subdivided from properties owned by families. Families subdivided them out to different family members. And yeah, that 3-bedroom allowance, especially in those neighborhoods that are zone multifamily, despite the fact that they're traditionally, characteristically single-family neighborhoods. But that 3-bedroom allowance really is incentivizing student housing in those neighborhoods, incentivizing the tear down of these modest homes, modest historic homes that can continue to be, lower income and workforce housing, but for the fact that you can tear it down, build 3 bedrooms and pack 3 students in there paying $1,000 a bedroom. So hopefully this will act as kind of a historic preservation, tool as well in discouraging those tear downs and rather encouraging renovation of the existing homes.
Any other input on this item?
I have a quick question. Brad, why was the date of December 7th, 2010 chosen?
That was the date that the original amendment was put in place that restricted, that said if you had a lot in place prior to that date, then for any of those, they got 3 bedrooms. We're just taking a step further and saying, if you were prior to that date and it meets minimum lot size requirements for the district you're in, you still get 3 regardless. Right now, it takes almost a 10,000 foot lot if you created it new in RM1, for example, to build a 4-bedroom house. But the minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet, which would only give you a 1-bedroom house under the 16 beds per acre. So that was the thinking 10 years ago. We're just taking a step further to say even if you existed prior to that, but you're legal non-conforming in size, you only get 2.
Any other questions on this text amendment? And we will see this November 4th.
Y'all have a good evening.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate it, Brad.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks,
All
Brad.
right.
Thank you.
Todd, I think that's it for the public session. We're going to go ahead and continue with the executive session as soon as the live feed ends.